More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. He introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next life. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and I go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey.
Attacking a woman.
I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin! Tay-Tay!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go! Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind chill. Something's off.
Yeah, I farted. Meat, thug. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you?
God damn it. Fucking damn it, guys. That's what it is.
Hello, boners! I'm here with my, boss, Mags.
Boss, friend, mutual business associate, all,
Homie.
you know, everything, all the above.
We are going to be reacting to some World of Darkness lore, specifically concluding the Technocracy lore video, and then going into Marauders and Nefandi. Those are fun. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to the Nefandi.
Yeah, I will also say, just trigger warning generally, especially with the Nefandis and the Marauder stuff. It goes into some pretty dark stuff. I mean, this is a comedy thing, so he does poke fun at it, but if it is something that maybe you find triggering, just, you know, friendly, you know, heads up now.
Wait, how was your Bonesy, lover? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, this is a mature channel, and I say some pretty fucked up shit already, so I don't think it'll be anything too far, and we'll probably lighten it with, you know, jokes.
Comedy. Yeah, of course.
Mean, it's what I do's. So let's turn on the screen. Oh, look at that. Now everyone can see it. I personally like this guy, the Burger Krieg. I find him very funny, and I mean, he makes all the tons and tons of World of Darkness lore more palatable with the comedy, to be honest. Because if somebody like, I thought the stream was a comedy act.
Like, info dump it.
Yeah, info dumps.
It's a
like
comedy
blah,
act.
blah 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 blah. No, yeah, why is it set to
everywhere in the world, but everywhere off the world also? The moon, the Mars,
the moon,
the fucking underworld. Earth's plural. They're trying to get into that. The technocracy is everywhere expensive, and in a lot of places it has to be there quietly. Even more expensive. They have a Dyson sphere to maintain around Alpha Centauri. Although, you know, to be fair, rumor has it that they didn't actually build it. They just
we
found
all know
it,
that, Jay.
which does reduce the upfront costs a little. Speaking of which, this thing, which I actually really enjoy doing, it has brought me a lot of success. It's proven itself to be extremely popular among all of you, but it is an order of magnitude more work than how I used to do it, which means a lot fewer videos that I'm putting out, ultimately more content in terms of like minutes an hour. Support of all my patrons, and I invite you to, if you only
You're
if
nice
you
to
can
Max?
do it,
Oh,
if
well,
you
good.
have the
Suck
bucks
up.
to spare. Maybe chuck me a few to keep these lights on up there, because that'll help me pay the electricity bill. But really only if you, like, can afford. Don't feel pressured into if you don't have the money.
I don't feel pressured at all.
The Technocratic Union is a fusion of 5 different large organizations known as
Everyone,
the
but
Convention.
send
These
him
are
money. He
Iteration
needs a
X,
better
the
microphone.
New World Order, the Progenitors,
Oh, he gets
the
it.
Syndicate.
Actually,
and
after
the
this
Void
video,
Engine.
he gets it.
Every one of these conventions has its own culture and its own goals and ideas of how the technocracy should be run, and we're going to be talking about each of them more in detail later. Right now, all you need to know is that each of these conventions is a titanic organization in its own right, and they all work together, ideally playing into each other's strengths in order to get the job done. You can visualize the organizational structure of the technocracy as like a 5-sided pyramid, and the bottom half of that pyramid is located on the front lines. For most people, that
They're a
refers
pyramid
to Earth.
scheme.
Some would also say it's places
Basically,
that are
yeah.
just beyond Earth, like the underworld. Really, any place that is like not safe and where the technocracy operates. And then others would refer to that as being behind enemy lines. So really, if you want to be certain that you're trying to get the terminology right, front lines means Earth. Each region of the world is controlled by a so-called symposium, which has the local leadership of all of the 5 conventions coordinating, making decisions, implementing the large-scale technocratic ideas. Symposiums can vary in size. They might cover anything from like a major city to a large but sparsely populated geographical area. So London and New York have symposia, but so do Central Australia and the Amazon. They get orders from up high and then implement them on a local level. And also they report everything that happens on a local level up to back on high. Depending on the degree of influence
that sounds
the
like a
individual
normal
conventions
organization.
have in any given region and the needs of that region, the local culture within a symposium can vary also. Often, several symposiums actually coordinate with each other to implement over-regional terranorming and make sure that there's not too much of a disconnect at the borders. Because, of course, every symposium has its own individual needs.
So, do you remember what terranorming is?
Its own projects. So the reality it constructs...
what was that again?
I said, do you remember what...
Yeah.
Do you remember what terranorming is?
What?
No, the terranorming is when little by little they expose the sleepers, aka the normal humans, to highly advanced forms of technology to get them more
used to it.
So this way it incurs less paradox for them.
Aye. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
It will be subtly different, but you don't want to like rip the sheet when you go to the next symposium's area of influence. The individual conventions, and often also several different conventions working together, create so-called constructs, which in mage terms are equivalent to chantries. They are safe places, office buildings, laboratories, factory halls, bases, whatever kind of stuff that they need, where the local consensus is trimmed entirely to the needs of the mages that live there. I'm sorry, enlightened scientists that live there. Similar to how some castle in rural Scotland, where the stairwells move on their own, might be conducive to the needs of hermetic tradition mages, or how a rooftop commune might suit the needs of the Sahajiya by there being a lot of drugs. Like, seriously, a lot of drugs.
A lot. A whole lot.
Just a ton
of drugs.
And also beanbag chairs. In these places, sometimes hidden in or out of plain sight, but always ultimately hidden, technocrats find shelter, equipment, and stage their operations. Agents within the technocracy tend to be part of an amalgam, an organizational unit comparable to a cabal of mages. Like a cabal, an amalgam is a group of agents, sometimes from the same convention, sometimes from various different conventions, that work together
my God,
on
2
a
bots
project.
that quick on
Unlike
Kick?
a cabal, which is usually a voluntary association, then Amalgam, much like most of the things within the technocracy, is very much not voluntary. To its agents, the technocracy is both more and less totalitarian.
That's kind of a cool thing.
Than you think. You're not.
Sorry. Yeah, that's kind of a cool thing about running a technocracy game, because like in a vampire game, for example, and also even a werewolf game and a basic mage game, the storytellers, well as the players, have to come up with reasons as far as why the players are working together. But with a technocracy game, you can easily just say you guys are assigned to work together because you're part of this project that they're doing. So
this is not an option.
Basically, yeah. And what's cool about it is it's entirely within universe. So if it's like, why wouldn't it work with him? It's like, well, you're being told to work with him. So either you work with him or you're fired.
Right. Basically. I do love that. What? Why? What? Because I said so. Do you have a problem?
Basically.
That's what I said.
Part of an amalgam because you trust these people and they're your friends, you get along with them very well. Although, for the sake of operational efficiency, management expects you to. Amalgams happen because supervisors are handed down a task and then assemble a team to do the task. They look into what agents are suited for it, requisition agents and assets from other conventions as is necessary, whatever they need to do in order to get the job done. Then they put them together, brief them, equip them, and send them out into the field. Amalgams don't necessarily need to stick together for more than a single mission, but supervisors do often find that actually fostering bonds of trust and friendship is good for operational efficiency. This is why, even when an amalgam is not on like a continuous mission anyway, they do tend to be grouped together again on subsequent assignments. So then they do the job, report to the supervisor reports to the symposium reports to management. Yeah, as you can probably tell, being part of the technocracy involves a lot of paperwork, which is far from the only sacrifice you'll have to make. A quintessential dichotomy within the technocracy is the divide of old life and new life. In the past, when you were inducted into the technocracy as a newly awakened individual, often with the technocracy actually helping along in your awakening process, what would invariably happen is that you would officially die and like disappear completely from your life, your old life, and be entirely banned from interacting with any of that. You would start your new life. You'd be trained in the techniques, instructed on the rules of the technocracy, usually on some sort of space station. Your new life will be entirely within the technocracy. So on one hand, you will never have to worry about builds ever again. On the other hand, literally every single aspect of your entire existence is now controlled by the technocracy. From where and how you live, what food you can eat, whom you can socialize with, of course, obviously, where you work, which assets you own, whether or not you're allowed to reproduce. Nothing is sacred. You are no longer a person. The technocracy is especially controlling of people's personal relationships because they do recognize the need for love and community that everyone has and claim to provide it without prejudice. But they also use it as an incentive and a means of censure. It's not just that you have to reach a certain rank before you're allowed to marry another agent. And then you need extra paperwork to have kids before or after that. I mean, you're not allowed to have them before that, really, unless you literally do not believe in marriage. Even if you want to have just a sexual relationship, you need to ask your supervisor if you're allowed to do that. Anything that might in any way compromise what an agent is capable of doing for the Union is something that the Union has a right to control. This is also why you're pretty much never going to be allowed to date anyone from the outside either. Now, if you turn out to be a competent and trustworthy agent, you will be awarded certain freedoms. You can have a very nice, very comfortable new life, far beyond anything you might have ever dreamed of in your old life. But fuck up and stop towing the line, and they will take all that shit away in a heartbeat. Now, in recent times, as part of the transformation of the technocracy into a new age of the world, many of the old life, new life dichotomies, the hard lines have been not necessarily disappearing, but certainly getting softer. Because it turns out a lot of people don't want to leave their old lives, or when they have, in their new lives, are too drawn back to them to really operate as efficiently as the technocracy would like. There's been a change of sentiment where a lot of management has been finding that this actually costs the technocracy a lot of very capable recruits and penalizes agents that are otherwise very, very good at their job. So yet again, for the change of holy, sacred, sanctimonious efficiency, the technocracy has been changing. In North Africa, there is currently a pilot program where many newly recruited operatives are specifically kept embedded in the communities that they are from. And then those community ties are utilized for the purposes of the technocracy. This has not only proven itself to be rather successful in terms of reducing the psychological stresses that agents have to deal with, it's also proven to be a boon to shaping local consensus because people are generally more trusting of what people that they know say as opposed to, strangers outsiders to their community. And it's also made it much easier to identify individuals who are on the verge of enlightenment, which of course in the past was a major advantage that usually the traditions
you did the moan.
Now, a certain degree of
there you go. You got the moan.
fluidity between old life and new life has always been present in the Technocratic Union. And you might think that this is like specifically a hardline for agents who are awakened individuals, but this is not so. Basically, the technocracy employs 3 different kinds of people. The bulk of the organization actually comprises sleepers. Regular people who do not know jack shit about magic, but are working at some sort of institution that is operated by the technocracy. Sometimes they might even work at a construct, but they will never witness any of the really crazy, wild, hypertech magic shit. The manager of your local bank, the secretary at Cape Canaveral, the janitor at Weird Shit University. Very few of them know about the technocracy at all.
Weird Shit
and
University.
Those few who do are all bound to saying absolutely nothing about it through the magical chaos of
Damn,
the
Jay, what's your
NBA.
obsession with my nuts?
They draw salaries from the union, and the union has them on their lists as assets who are sleepers. Then come the extraordinary citizens, which is a sort of catch-all term for individuals inducted into the secrets of the technocracy, or at least some of them. They are the strong shoulders of the organization, the beasts of burden that get the bulk of the hard work
outstanding
done.
Citizens are basically in mage terms, you would call them acolytes. And what an acolyte is somebody who is awakened, but their soul isn't strong enough to have an avatar itself.
Okay.
So I guess an equivalent in vampire terms would not be a ghoul, because ghoul have some level of power. It would be closer to like a blood doll.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's somebody who's aware of the society, but they can't impact it like directly. Except the technocracy uses them to basically carry out things that they don't want to directly have their fingerprints on.
We don't want to do it. You do it.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
The distinguishing characteristic of an extraordinary citizen is that they have the ability to apply some sort of hypertech or any other type of magic. And you might not have heard it because it says this in my script, but obviously you can't see the letters I'm speaking. But I said magic with a C instead of the CK, which usually defines magic in mage. World of Darkness has 2 types of magic. There is dynamic magic, which we've already talked about. It's the thing that proper awakened mages do, and there's static or linear magic, which is magic that anyone can do if they know how it works. Theoretically,
such bangling brings my head into the gutter.
But consensus
Let's
is
not talk about me
static
banging.
magic does not exist in defiance of it, like dynamic magic does, but as a sort of strand that is woven into the complex tapestry that is consensus. So if you know about and understand the enormously complex body of knowledge and skill set that is required for alchemy, fortune-telling, and spirit communion, or in the case of the technocracy's extraordinary citizens, plasma weapons, cybernetics, and faster-than-light engines, you can manifest those effects even when you are not awakened. Tremere blood magic, for instance, is a form of static magic, and Some
No.
people might argue that
No.
all of the vampiric
I
disciplines
will get the
are
spray bottle.
static magic, but that's kind of a dubious statement. Unlike dynamic magic, the effects you can achieve with static magic are very clearly defined and not flexible in any way at all. The skills do not translate to related fields. They have very particular rules, and you need to follow those rules precisely in order to achieve the effects that you want.
That is
it's
what
like
she said.
learning to play a particular song on the piano, as opposed to playing, like, just the piano as an instrument. Being able to create new
I play
songs
with my
or
instrument all the
improvising on
time.
the fly. And much like songs are created by people who know how to play the instrument or how to make the music, any discipline of static magic will have been created by practitioners of dynamic magic that have practiced that dynamic magic in the same way enough times, and enough people have witnessed it for it to become accepted as consensus. The traditions call these types of people hedge mages or sorcerers, and they kind of look down on them, which the technocracy usually prides itself on not doing. And they don't as much, but they kind of still do. Which is stupid on both sides, really, because sorcerers can be immensely powerful. And the great advantage of extraordinary citizens, of course, is that you can always just make more of them by teaching more people the right things. And in a way, you can do static magic too. You can operate a computer, a microwave, drive a car, do all kinds of stuff that
for the
once
most
upon
part
a time was only possible to practitioners of enlightened hypertech. That doesn't necessarily make you an extraordinary citizen, though, because this isn't exactly how that is defined. You'd also be an extraordinary citizen if you had some sort of psychic powers, like a telekinesis, fucking the mind control, anything you've seen Professor X do in X-Men. Because apparently the psychics that just have inborn psychic abilities are just also a thing in World of Darkness. I found this out very recently.
Well, in the Red Book Hunters, they have, the independent hunters have Numinate, not the imbued shit. And whenever you get, like, Aura Percepted, it shows up basically like a hedge mage.
Basically, yeah. And what's cool about what's cool about it from the mage perspective is the people that exhibit those Numinae, they have potential to basically be what they would call embryonic enlightened individuals. So it means technically, mechanically, if somebody was to awaken, and let's say they had, like, I don't know, like telekinesis level 3, right?
Yeah.
So if you were to awaken as a mage, you would lose those levels of telekinesis, but get equivalent powers in, let's say, forces, for example.
Okay, yeah.
Which is a sphere which could do more things, because now you're essentially awakened to your full potential instead of just like tapping into a small little piece of it.
Yeah, I had a hunter, and I was allowed to get eventually 2 paths of Numinae, and I had pyrokinesis, which is fucking ridiculous. You're fire starter, that like the movie Firestarter, you control fire with your mind. And then psychoportation.
Psychoportation is cool. Yeah.
It's Nightcrawler, bam. I want to be here now, bam. It was fucking awesome. I infiltrated an entire vampire city. They made me a Primogen.
Nice.
I was a fucking hunter Primogen. They had no idea. Well, when they finally did catch on and they did figure it out, they lured me into a trap. They're like, okay, here's a Primogen. We're having a Primogen meeting, you know. Everything seemed normal until, you know, I walk in and I was like, oh, wait. This room has no doors and no windows. Except for that one. Uh-oh. This is going to be bad. And I readied it because it goes off at the end of the round. So they do their thing, blah, blah, blah. They get ready to jump me. They start, and end of the round comes. Bam! I'm gone. Fuck y'all. And they're like, we can't do nothing. I was like, no, you can't.
You would have had to have killed me before it triggered.
Yeah, it was a little too obvious when you lured me into a room with no windows and no doors. I was like, this is unusual. Red flag, get the fuck out. Oh, Pyromaniac isn't magic. Yes, it is.
called pyrokinesis.
Purry says they write shit and make random OCs. Oh, and world build. Yes, you do. You used to tell me all the time about your OCs and shit.
Yep.
If in a purely theoretical scenario that definitely has never happened in any way, shape, or form, you were to be a vampire who works for the technocracy and knows about the technocracy, you would be considered an extraordinary citizen. Even if you didn't understand any kind of weird high-tech, hyper-tech type of stuff, but you still know about the technocracy, you still work for the technocracy, like say you're like some sort of super hardcore commando soldier who uses guns and explosives to kill aliens on the front lines, you'd still be an extraordinary citizen, and there's actually plenty of these types of extraordinary citizens. And of course, finally, the third type of person that the technocracy employs are mages, people who do enlightened science. And the place where the hard old life, new life lines
that's what they call it.
Can be
they don't call it magic.
For all of these categories of people, depending on where in the technocracy they work. For instance, within the Syndicate, even the awakened, enlightened scientists usually remain the old people that they used to be and retain the old contacts they used to have, because that's very useful to the kind of work that that convention does. The Void Engineers are going to take you to outer space. So, even if you're like a sleeper who works in a facility that facilitates that kind of thing, you might disappear from your old life entirely. The upper portion of the pyramid, where everything converges, is known as management.
Mumbo jumbo.
You're an agent who writes reports for your supervisor, who writes reports for the symposium, which writes reports for the labyrinthine architecture of hierarchy that...
I wonder how much Void Engineers would laugh about Scientology.
The ironic and probably scary thing is that they would probably view Scientology as a cult of nefandous-oriented believers that are trying to bring about that by their belief in Xenu, and they're probably actively working. That's a whole campaign setting right there, actively trying to infiltrate, and find out if there's any truth to this at all. I wish I was joking. That's an entire... See, mage stories come so fucking easy for me.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see it, and I find it hilarious. I'll hail Tom Cruise. You go hail Tom Cruise.
That is management. And the thing about management is that it's almost entirely not located on the front lines. Meaning, they hang out in space. We've talked before about constructs. There's also something called horizon constructs, which is similar to a horizon realm for mages. So even though kinda every technocratic base where consensus is suspended for the sake of enlightened scientists is a construct, when technocrats refer to constructs, they actually usually mean horizon constructs, which are the space stations. They're usually out in the Umbra, in a sort of Earth's orbit type Umbra, in the like very borderline fine reality region, able to maintain communication but still hidden through hypertech. And they don't just house the upper floors of the technocracy.
That sounds like the
Horizon
fucking,
constructs are also the places where most agents live, train, socialize. That doesn't mean you take a rocket ship to work every day. There's like quantum tunneling passageways within constructs that will take you there. Much less of a hassle. Every Horizon construct is different in terms of its culture, its layout, obviously, the way it's designed, and it highly depends on who's in charge of that construct and what kind of operations are being performed there. And so no matter how nice a Horizon construct might look, make no mistake, the technocracy is always totalitarian. It's just sometimes wearing a friendly face. Never forget this. It's everything terrible about corporate culture and military culture mixed together and distilled. Technocratic agents are treated like machines. Supervisors often have to fight senior managers in order to get like R&R, leisure and recovery time for their agents. And depending on the convention, making the argument that they need rest and recovery, maintenance like machines is actually going to be a very good line of reasoning. To the Technocratic Union, you are an asset, an investment, and they need to get the most out of you to fulfill their sacred mission. As an enlightened agent, you are not a person. You are just an incredibly valuable asset. Even in the most liberal of Horizon constructs, where you get to spend 3 days a week frolicking in the park with exotic, dreamt-up animals, your every action, your every word, maybe even your every thought is being monitored. And if management is of the opinion that there is something a little bit amiss, you might find in your day planner a little appointment to a place called Room 101 for a
social re-education,
social processing. But if we're entirely honest, most of the really upper management, like the great old men, the truly enlightened masters, they exist way further out than just Earth's orbit. And so a super important factor as to whether and how management actually influences your particular chronicle is whether or not and how the dimensional anomaly happened in your chronicle. If it didn't happen, maybe the same entities are still in charge. Or maybe they aren't, but for different reasons. As much as the technocracy would like you to believe that there is a singular tip to the pyramid, there really isn't, actually. That's not a thing. No one, perhaps not even leadership itself, can tell you what exactly leadership looks like. There is one particular manifestation. There's a lot of rumors.
Oh, I love this one. This is control. I love control.
Especially among the lower ranks, that does tend to have supreme overriding authority over everything. I am talking about control with a capital C. Control usually manifests as a human of some race or some gender. It really depends.
You can go tip your pyramid over in the corner
wearing
there.
A white suit, and then they just sort of give orders. If you're not top tier management, you will pretty much never encounter control. To the extent that even most middle managers don't, really believe that control exists. But there are instances of control appearing to even the lowliest of field agents. Or even the secretaries
I love that.
of
That's a great
enlightened
story.
agents who think they're working for some sort of law firm. They've never heard the word technocracy in their life. And nobody knows why control does this. Though control's authority is compelling and absolute, it does tend to be a bit more gentle than certain other, elements of management in the way it gives orders, a little more respectful. Now, depending on how you run the dimensional anomaly aspect of your chronicle, control might be around or it might not be around. If the dimensional anomaly happened, probably not, but maybe if you feel like it's a necessary element for your chronicle, put it in there. The main thing, though, is if the dimensional anomaly happened in general, most of especially senior upper management will have been cut off from the rest of the pyramid, disappeared in the wherever. The more severe the dimensional anomaly was, the more Horizon constructs were lost in the process. If it's still ongoing, there might actually not be any viable Horizon constructs in your chronicle at all. In the standard middle-of-the-road scenario, most of the upper middle management type people are present on the near-Earth Horizon construct space stations. Some of them surviving, others rebuilt, a very few built anew. And so, in this scenario, a major problem continues to present itself. The people in charge of the Technocratic Union are utterly out of touch. And by that I mean both the reality and the lower steps of the pyramid. There is perhaps an irreconcilable schism between the ideals of management and the realities of working in the field.
Near Earth, so the moon? Not really.
I mean, there are several moon bases, but they also have space stations orbiting the planet and stuff.
Yeah, it's a little more complicated than that. I just saw something funny. A change of topic.
No, go for it.
No, I'm still a little under the weather, so I had my wife got me chicken soup for dinner.
Yeah.
And I like to put hot sauce in my chicken soup. Well, I ate it, and that was fine, but then I set the bowl off to the side so I could continue.
Mm-hmm.
My cat decided she wanted some and started licking the inside of the bowl. I don't think she likes the hot sauce. She did not like it. I know nothing about this, but it's definitely interesting. Well, the new game that came out, Bloodlines 2, which is not good. Bloodlines 1 is set in the same world. It's the world of darkness. So Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Mage the Ascension, all those different... They're all set in the same world, which is called the world of darkness. And this is about the technocracy, which is also a part of the world of darkness. They would be considered by some, in very rudimentary terms, as kind of like the villains to Mage. But it's not simple to say villain.
Yeah, I would say, if anything, have you ever seen like the Men in Black, like the movies Men in Black? That's pretty much a good basic interpretation or representation of the technocracy. In case you really have to explain them to people, like that's who they are, that's what they do.
Humans don't need to know about the weird shit that goes on, so we're here to keep it secret.
Basically, yeah. And also, they have ways to erase your memory in case you do see something stupid.
Yeah, they do. They do have the flashy thing.
Yep.
According to management, there is no ambiguity in the world. Everything is either consensus appropriate or reality deviance. There is only adherence to protocol or failure.
You're with us or against
us. The rules to get the job done is not possible. This is not a scenario that ever occurs. Management is in the business of making reality, and if reality does not perfectly align with the thing that they have in mind, it's because of the incompetence of the field agents. This is one of those inherent contradictions within the technocracy. Mages are defined by their ability to bend reality to their preferences, and bending reality to a certain preference is exactly what the technocracy is doing by shaping consensus. Technocratic leadership is composed of visionaries in this regard, and not only do their visions of reality not align with each other, they certainly do not align with consensus. For many mages, actually, there comes a point where they reach a level of self-actualization where they cannot live on Earth anymore. They need to make their own Horizon realms with their own rules that accord to their worldview, because if they stepped on Earth, Paradox would pretty much immediately rip them apart. The enlightened masters of the technocracy have the option to exist in worlds where all of the work that they envision the organization doing is already done. In fact, they have to exist in those places. So why would they not go there?
I've said a couple times, I'm not as familiar with the Mage universe specifically. But is that, I think I asked this last time and I don't remember.
Sorry.
Is there an origin to Paradox?
Yes. The origin to Paradox has to do with the scourging, which I don't know if you remember what I told you about the scourging.
You did tell me about that. I remember the scourging.
I can give you a refresher if you don't remember. It's okay. Okay. So this is going to vary from edition to edition.
For viewers that don't know, like Jay.
Okay.
Elaborate on what Paradox is, because otherwise it's just a term and they're like, what the fuck does that mean?
Okay. Very simple. Have you ever seen The Matrix? You know, in The Matrix, specifically the first movie. That's all I'm talking about now, the first movie.
Well, yeah, I have.
You know, when you see people do shit, and Neo, before he got pulled out of the machine, he saw this crazy shit, and he's like, how do you guys do that? And they're like, well, it's because you're still plugged in, aka you're still asleep. And basically, Paradox is your... I don't want to say yours personally, but basically anytime you see somebody do something and you're like, that's not possible, that's Paradox influencing basically your paradigm, your belief of how reality works. Okay. So anytime a mage, and by mage I'm including technocracy here too, does something that's unbelievable, that collective will of doubt, of denial, of banality basically gathers together and says, no, we need to preserve this, so we're going to smack the son of a bitch who's making too many waves in the pond.
Okay, now the scourging.
Okay. So this is very... I would have to ask Phil Bricato. Ironically, I have him in my contacts. he's actually one of the main creators for Mage the Ascension. Anyways, I've had many conversations with him. I digress. So the original concept is there is a historical game called Mage the Sorcerer's Crusade.
Okay.
So in Mage the Sorcerer's Crusade, there is paradox, but it's not as fluid or as thick, if that makes any sense. So mages can do a bunch of shit that they normally wouldn't do. Because there's no real like consensus of reality. It's like you tell somebody there's a dragon, there's probably going to be a dragon because they believe there's a dragon.
Okay.
So as a result of this, basically, I'm trying to summarize a lot of history pretty quickly, but basically too much magic was being done like out of check, and it basically started making like Oblivion gates. If you guys have ever played like Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Okay. Now, not literal Oblivion gates, but like gates to where these otherworld eldritch entities, demons, Cthulhu-type creatures, and worse.
Okay, you did tell me this, and I'm starting to remember it as you're explaining it. But keep going.
Yeah, could essentially like filter into our reality. Well, that's why the Order of Reason was founded. Basically, these Holy Templars, and yes, they started as a holy order, was like, hey, we're gonna drive these demons back. Da 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 da. Because, I mean, not to bring like religion into it. Oh yeah, I go to church, or I believe in him, but I don't really like go to church, or I don't really believe, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
If that makes any sense, that's paradox, consensus, and the scourging.
But it also gives me ideas. Like,
oh, good, it should.
if you were to use magic to summon God, even a facsimile, people would believe it because so many people believe in God.
Yeah.
So would that be a big paradox hit?
You see, that's where the technocracy comes in, because the technocracy is slowly shifting it from the religiocentric belief structure to that's a bunch of hogwash. It's all science now. So they're trying to keep the same level of control over the mind, if that makes any sense. Yeah. But shifted, instead of being like God protects us, to science protects us.
Huh. I can see that.
If that makes sense.
It works really well with like modern society.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, like total transparency, Phil Bricado, who I just referenced a little while ago, he is a practicing pagan. So a lot of Mage, the Ascension, and by extension, Guide to the Technocracy, and all the other source books accordingly that he's worked on have a little bit of that paganistic influence on it, because it's a little bit of how people who are of that faith view reality, and how they kind of like move everything in.
God is just a giant scientist. Nah, no. But see, I'm wondering if like you were able to create a facsimile of, say, Jesus, and people believe all these things that Jesus was able to do, like it would almost like be creating like I wouldn't say all powerful, but a powerful being that a lot of people believe in. I mean, shit, people see that shit in their fucking toast. They're like, look, it's Jesus in my toast.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will tell you that already happened once in the World of Darkness, and you know what happened to that individual?
No, I don't.
They crucified him. Because canonically, that individual, that, once again, not to bring religion into it, canonically, Jesus did exist in the World of Darkness. He was of a specific type, if you want to believe that. I don't want to say 100% because I don't want to turn this into a religious thing for people who might get butthurt about that. But yeah, so there's a lot of people, specifically of the Celestial Chorus, who believe that he was one of their people, and he was basically sent from the One, and basically everything that happened to him was a direct result of humanity not being ready to accept their message.
Huh. Interesting.
But then again, there's a whole other freaking...
It's more of my gamer mind trying to figure out how to manipulate rules.
Well, you see, that's the cool thing about Mage. Mage is so esoteric in a good way. It's less about manipulating rules, and it's more about manipulating belief, because objectively with Mage, I mean, I will say this 100%. I'm pretty sure there's people who buck against me. The rules don't fucking matter. You know what fucking matters in Mage? How much you believe something and how much you can convince somebody that what you're doing is a coincidence.
Huh. Well, what I liked, and this reminds me, it's a different system. It's still World of Darkness. I got to play it in the Demon the Fallen LARP that they debuted at Dragon Con. Now, they knew it was never going to go to print. They said, Requiem's around the corner. We're never going to go to print. So they gave me a copy of the book. But we got to play it. And they did something interesting. Like all their powers, all the demons' powers were based off of faith. So what they did was they had stickers, like tons and tons of stickers made that was like one faith point, and they gave it to just random con goers. And you, as a demon, had to find, if you found someone with a faith point, you had to do something to try to earn that faith point from that con goer. Now, I won't lie. Now, this was willing, but I humped a lot of legs at that convention. I didn't just jump on them. Okay, this was willing. This was them asking. But yeah,
this was consensus.
There was consensual. But yeah, I did a lot of crazy shit for face points that weekend.
You see, once again, like, okay, so kind of putting vampire and werewolf to the side, and the only reason why I'd put them to the side momentarily is because they already essentially have established paradigms, meaning vampire, everyone knows what a vampire is. If I tell you, hey, what's a vampire? You're like, oh, a person who drinks blood and they can't go out during the day. Those are the black and white facts. We as a society accept that about a vampire.
Damn, he got nailed.
If you say,
oh, God, I just got it took me a second, like I read it, and then it took a second for it to click, and I was like, oh, I get it.
A werewolf pretty much has a black and white paradigm too. If you ask a normal person what's a werewolf, big furry monster, you kill it with silver. Everyone accepts that. Those are like the fundamental things everyone accepts. Is there more nuance there? Absolutely, right? But if you ask this common person on the street, what is this? They'll tell you that. But when it comes to changeling and mage and demon, they all share a fundamental thing, which is it's about the battle against reality or the battle against lack of faith or lack of creativity. And that's one thing I've always liked about those game lines. And I've argued with people be like, because there was a belief early on, which is like, oh, mages are extremely banal, so they hurt changelings just being around them. I'm like, I strongly disagree with that.
Yeah,
I could hang out with a changeling and be a cult of ecstasy and get high as fuck with them, and I think that would generate plenty of glamour for them.
Yeah, I think the technocracy would be more banal than a mage, and I can see how mages could be risky to a cairn. So I like that there's little. I like how they intermingle the multi-genres, but honestly, the rules aren't fluid enough for a multi-genre game. Like to run multiples, you'd have to tweak some things to make them make more sense. Like, for instance, and I've had this argument with Aesop, because he thinks werewolves are the end-all, be-all. And maybe that's true in tabletop, but in LARP, a vampire could whoop a werewolf's ass if they know what they're doing. If they're skilled enough... Huh?
I don't think a werewolf's be all end all, but anyway, go ahead, keep going.
Oh no, I get you. It's just I've seen too many. He's not the only one. I've had this discussion with a lot of people. For instance, in LARP, a Bruja level 5 at Potence they throw the bomb and they went on ties. Well, a Gru doesn't have bomb and ties on that shit. So no matter how big or how strong they are, a Bruja with Puissance will knock them the fuck out. So to make it a little bit more balanced, like one of our house rules we use for any like cross genre was like we would give Gru instead of winning on ties against a Gru, you bid 10 additional traits. It still shows you're strong as fuck, but it doesn't completely negate how strong a guru is supposed to be.
No, I get you.
Now, it's fine if it's just a stock NPC and you're just fighting random guru in the woods. But if you're going to have an actual player character and multi-genre, and it should come to blows, to make it more fair, we found that was like the best way to go. But the World of Darkness, I like that there's already enough that you've got a pretty good gauge on how they would interact with each other.
No, yeah, for sure. Now, one thing I wanted to comment, and it wasn't about the werewolf thing, but
okay.
Once again, I keep bringing them up, and I feel like a jackass. I'm not trying to name drop, but when I've talked to people like Phil Bricado and Sam Chupp and other people that have been directly involved in the creative area as far as making this world, one of the main things that they said was they didn't want the games to mesh super cleanly for a reason, because at least, keep in mind there's been multiple editions, right? But at least initially, the belief was, hey, I'm going to play a vampire game, for example, and I'm going to throw in a werewolf as an NPC or as a player character or whatever. Well, since vampire is the main game, the werewolf falls under the consensus that the vampire's belief or reality, for lack of a better word, is the proper one.
Huh.
So that means if I was to run a werewolf game and let somebody play a mage, that means that, the mage can believe whatever he wants, but you know what the truth of it is? What the werewolves believe, because I'm running a werewolf game.
Okay.
And where things would come into conflict is, people like that who are like, no, this is the be-all, end-all because of this. And it's like, yeah, but not if you're playing in a different universe, because it's kind of like each game is meant to be its own self-contained universe. That's why, I'll just be blunt. That's why you would see stuff like, oh, we're going to run a con game and do this and that and whatever. And then they'll throw somebody in randomly that's like, oh yeah, we're going to have you come in as a Rokea to do X, Y, and Z because we need a big bad.
Well,
the
that's
rules
why
are never.
They're all entrenched with their own problems. They don't need to interact. The Camarilla, Sabbat, Anarchs, fucking Independent. They all got their own politics and their own shit to deal with. They don't need to go fucking around with the werewolves. And the werewolves have their own shit with the worm and fucking BSDs and all the kinds of other shit. They don't need to. It's just so that should they interact. Now, when we ran a multi-genre game, where you could basically play almost anything, believe it or not, there was mages in this game, yet they banned the Red Book Hunters because they realized just how cheesy it could be.
Okay.
I kid you not. Mages were allowed over the Red Book Hunters. And I had a Red Book Hunter from day one, and when they decided to ban them, we just worked it into storyline how I became like another... I got made into a vampire. It was the easiest way to go. It was fine. They worked it out with me. It's not like they just said, your character is gone. But I think it's still done well enough within the world that there are ways for them to work together, and there are enough ways to tweak things to make them collab, but there's got to be a really damn good story on why they would collab.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what was said to me. It's like, what's important isn't that they mesh, it's important why they're meshing.
Right. It was because you need to have a damn good reason why the Guru in general would work with fucking Sabbat torturers and shit like that, and it was because it was like a near world ending plague that decimated like the human population by at least a third. So it was like we were forced to work together because we got to stop this from continuing, This is fucking all of us. It's one of those bigger enemy, we got to work together, shut the fuck up. I know you hate me.
Yeah, we got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, that type of shit. And it was good. It was good. It ran for years. It was a good game, but That's how I learned a lot more about Mage, was seeing other people play it and trying to grasp it from watching others play it. Because having it explained to me is like one thing, but seeing it in action is a lot more helpful for me.
I would have to argue the best players I've ever played with Mage have been people who had no idea what it was, and I literally got to walk them through their awakenings to how the world works for them, this and that. And now those are some of the few people. I think actually one of my followers, Mr. Batten Chops, if he still watches, he's like one of my OG IRL friends, but also somebody who basically he knew nothing about the game, and I said, "Are you willing to give it a chance? Are you willing to trust me as the storyteller?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course." So we went through his awakening. We went through 2 chronicles where he basically did a full character arc plus helped like basically a smaller cabal of mages get off the ground and whatever before he retired his character. Anyway, besides the point, he is probably one of the most knowledgeable people, besides myself on Mage, and I know that now because when he started streaming on Twitch, he actually streamed a Mage game, which I was like, "You son of a bitch! You didn't tell me you're running a Mage game." And I watched him do the whole thing, and he did it very well because he understood the game extremely well because he had the trust in a good storyteller, and that's the key thing. If you don't have the trust in a good storyteller,
well, I've had like my best friend had run all kinds of games, and Mage was his thing. But there was just something about it. Like, he's explained everything to me about that I didn't get, and I've grasped it really well after that. But for something about Mage is just something always just slips through my fingers. Like, I just can't grasp it, and it might be because it's not bound to rules, and I'm very anal retentive by nature.
Go ahead.
No, it's just Mage with rotes, and it's very loosey-goosey, and you can come up with things, which is great, don't get me wrong. It makes sense, because there's no way you could narrow it down to just what's in the book. But at the same time, it maybe part of me just doesn't grasp it, because there isn't a set boundary, and forcing me to.
I think that's where you're a little bit mistaken, and not to be rude or anything. It's because you're having the same problem I had initially with Mage, because Aesop was really well versed in Mage when I met him, and he was like, "This is the be all end all for these reasons and whatever." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I would ask, like, "Well, how does a Mage do this? Like, what does Forces at level 2 does?" And he's like, "It does more than you think, and this and that, and blah 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 blah." And it was a whole thing where it's kind of like, yeah, asking that question doesn't make any sense. And I was like, "But it does make sense. What is Forces level 2?" And it wasn't until I saw something in the rulebook, and I'm going to try to find it real quick so I can clip it and send it to you, where it actually explains things very simply. And once you can understand how that works, you grasp magic. It entirely works. Like, to quote Todd Howard about Fallout, it just fucking works.
I've read the book cover to cover. I've even played in a Mage LARP. And I think it was because my character was made more physical, and a lot of my magic was more physical related and having to do with guns and shit, which made it a lot easier for me to grasp and work with. But I also had my friend walking me through certain things that I didn't grasp. He was there to help me. Here's what you would do, But no matter how many times I've dived into it, and I've been, I played World of Darkness for decades, and I just Mage did, for some reason, there's certain things I just. Well, what the fuck? I don't know why. It drives me nuts. I should know it. I'm familiar with Mage. I'm, familiar with like the Avatar and Awakening and the different fucking houses and shit like that. And when it comes down to the nitty gritty of like dealing with paradox, backlash, how much you get, what you can do with each. I think I get it, and then when I would try to do something, apparently I had it wrong.
Like, no, that's wrong. Yeah,
right.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I'm not to make fun of anybody if they were your friends or whatever, but those people are jackasses. And the reason why is they probably miss a fundamental component, which is something that's actually in every World of Darkness game, but most people gloss over. You probably even read it yourself several times, but you're like, yeah, that's fine, whatever.
And that might
which
be.
Which is the fact that before you became whatever supernatural you were a human first and foremost. And especially with mage, that's fucking important. Because before you start building a character, you make you make a person. What type of person are you? Okay, now we apply the mage to it. That's where a lot of people usually get lost, because, like, for example, like with Vampire, I love Vampire, but it's like, if you tell me to roll up a Bruja, I'm gonna roll up a Bruja. Potence 2, Celerity 1, biker, leather jacket wielding, son of a bitch, etc. Easy to do. But with mage, it requires a lot more initial thinking than I think most people want to admit.
Well, I mean, I think my LARPing days are long past me, but I still find find the world fascinating. I don't see them ever coming out with a mage game, like video game. I've lost all hope of Vampire coming out with a proper Bloodlines 2.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'll
tell you something funny about that later.
Someone's gonna mod the shit out of 2 and turn it into something more like 1. I know it. It's gonna happen.
I hope so. I hope it happens.
I know how much they've been modding Bloodlines 1 to this day.
Mm-hmm.
People are gonna see 2 and go, yeah, we're modding the shit out of this. We're making the proper Bloodlines 2 that it should have been. And I know someone's gonna do it. How well they do it, I don't know. I don't know what the game will allow for or what they're able to do. But I look forward to giving it a try when somebody's made it a little bit more comfortable, because there's no,
when it happens.
It's so linear. You're following a straight line through the whole fucking thing. None of your choices make any fucking difference whatsoever. There's no leveling up or anything. It's such garbage.
That's what I had told certain people. I was like, the whole game is pointless, and he was like, no, because I restarted several times to try different builds and this and that, whatever. And I was like, it's pointless. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't fucking matter. I'm like, you'll reach a point where you realize it doesn't fucking matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been playing it, and it's so the fucking discipline shit. I started playing again last night because I wanted to see what this shit was with the other clans, and when I found out, they're like, oh yeah, they instructed me to help you power up. Here, drink my blood and you get discipline. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I was getting mad.
Yep, that's exactly what I said too. I said, once that happened, I realized it's pointless. Nothing fucking matters. It doesn't matter what you play. It doesn't matter what you choose. You're eventually all going to be the same characters.
Yeah,
because there's no replayability.
Clans don't make a fucking difference in that game.
Yep.
And they were going to charge people for additional clans. Well, the clans you have don't fucking matter. There's no point.
Right.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. If I was them, I would pull it back off the shelves and fucking do something with it, because this is garbage. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, you just bury it and leave it dead.
Yeah, it's E.T. I don't remember the old E.T. Atari game.
Mm-hmm.
It's E.T. There you go. Go put it in a landfill somewhere and leave it.
Yeah, that was one conversation I had with somebody where they were like, well, you could have gotten, it was either this or you could have gotten nothing. I said, at this point, I would have
had nothing. Yeah, because now I feel like I spent my money on garbage.
Not just your money, your fucking time. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're in the same mindset like myself, where you waited for this game since the first one.
Yeah.
And you just feel like you wasted your fucking time.
Yeah, I've been following it since they first announced it. I was pissed that they had that whole thing that was like Tinder, That was part of their advertising for it, and then you could earn things in the game like neon signs and different outfits and weapons and shit. But you had to get people to follow, and I unlocked everything. I put all the effort in to unlock everything, and then none of that made a difference. I didn't get any of that shit. None of it. That whole publicity thing that they did where I was supposed to earn things for in-game, totally gone. Thrown out the fucking window.
Yep.
I can say this. Fuck Bloodlines 2. That game is a piece of shit. I don't like it as a game. Sad. I don't like it as a World of Darkness game. The lore is so fucking loose on that fucking game. Like, you read some fucking cliff notes and that's what you ran with type shit. Like, you got a basic idea of Bruja, but they're like, oh yeah, the Bruja should want to be anarchs. I was like, that's not how that fucking works.
Yep. Believe me, I know that all too well.
Oh god, there were so many parts of that fucking game I was screaming at. I was like, this is, oh my god. I played hours last night, trying to, there's no money in this fucking game. Hi, Lila. Hi.
Hello, welcome.
You came in during my rant on how much I hate Bloodlines 2, the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're bitching about we're bitching about Mage the Ascension or World of Darkness specifically at this moment. Vampire.
It's just because Bloodlines 2 is so bad. I waited so long. I put so much effort and time into it, and when they finally, as soon as I heard that they switched teams. And they fired the original creators, and then the slow announcements coming out. I was like, "This is garbage. It's just getting all the shit you're putting out. You're not helping." And then the game comes out, and I'm like, "Yeah, it's fucking shit." They took what was roughly made already, which was pretty, and that's probably the best part of the game is that it looks pretty. And just threw garbage on top of garbage into this pretty setting. You stole all the shit from your PvP fucking Blood Hunt game and threw it in here like, oh, this will make it exciting. I'm like, no! This is not how you're supposed to play this game. Oh my god. It's Bloodlines in name only. So they're pulling an Activision? Yeah.
Well, you see, that's the fucked up thing that I learned is that it's not even a proper Bloodlines game. Not because it's not a Bloodlines game, but it's because originally it was an entirely different third-person game that was supposed to be vampire-oriented that the Chinese room was working on. And then basically, I'll throw Paradox under the bus. Paradox was basically like, you know what? We're just going to buy what you've done so far, and we'll call it Bloodlines 2 because we don't want to refund all these like pre-order money because that'll bankrupt us.
Yeah, that makes sense. They cashed in on the name. They cashed in on the name, and I think it probably damaged their name even more. Because I have like zero trust in Paradox Studios now after seeing this garbage.
Well, see, here's the scary thing is Paradox doesn't exist anymore. Onyx Path doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Essentially, they've gone and they've resurrected the old name of White Wolf, hoping to regain some...
I heard about that.
Yeah, some good faith with the community, but this just makes me like facepalm so bad.
Yeah, you need the original heart that was in the game and the original purpose, and these fucking ridiculous cash grabs and just shoving shit out to shove shit out for no reason is not helping.
Yeah. Yep. I agree, man. I agree. You're preaching to the choir.
Because at a point, like, excuse me, after Requiem, shit that was coming out, and I was like, what's the point of this? It feels like you just shoved this out because you wanted to make money. There's no point in this book.
Okay, so here's my big thing with Requiem. I liked Requiem a lot. However, I firmly believe they lied about the initial conception of it. and I have proof because there was an old page that I had. I think it was in Gehenna. At the very end of Gehenna, it says the masquerade has ended, the requiem begins. Now, when it says that, immediately, without giving any context, you think this is a continuation to the world that I already know.
Right.
So a lot of people fucking bought into it, myself included. And then when you saw how it was presented, you're like, wait, this isn't even the same universe? And they're like, well, you can play in the same universe if you want to. And it's like, no, but it's not, because, I can't play a Malkavian. I can't play a Gangrel still existed. I couldn't play a Bruja anymore. I couldn't play this or that or whatever. Because they're like, well, we were changing how vampires work because we want to take the emphasis off of clan and put it onto convention and all this other stuff. And I'm like,
Bloodlines 1... Okay. Requiem, I was not a big fan of, but I was very stuck in my ways. I had the mindset of, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I waited for it to come out, and then I wanted to get other people's opinions on it first. My friend let me read the book, and I was like, yeah, no. I just wasn't down with it. I was like, I have a perfectly good 3.5 here that I'm just going to keep running. I don't have to buy more books.
No, yeah. I know a lot of people like that. I'll be honest, what got me interested in Requiem was actually Promethean the Created, because it's in the same universe, but since it was something new and something original. And when I did the research into it, I really liked the world. I really liked the way it was presented. And it was actually somebody I know who was a real good friend of mine. He was like, you need to take the fucking game of Vampire the Masquerade out of your fucking head. This isn't the World of Darkness. Stop pretending it's the World of Darkness. It's an entirely different fucking game line. If you can read it and run it as something and stop comparing it to the other one, you will have fun. And when they basically bitch slapped me vocally about that, I was like, well, shit, you're right. I have been comparing it to, what came before it, but because I felt I was misled to compare it to what came before it because of that advertisement I saw.
Okay.
But once I was able to...
make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that does make sense. But again, it's still a vampire game. And like I said, I already had a vampire game. I didn't need a new vampire game. And even going by that logic, okay, so it's just a different vampire game. Well, why do I need it? I don't think there's enough demand for a new vampire game. Promethean, yes, Rosa, and most games nowadays are rushed or just pure cash grab. Indeed, Nyla, yes, exactly. To be honest, and to be fair on Nyla's point, Bloodlines 1 was rushed and came out buggy as fuck. However, you could still feel the heart in the game, and when the patches came out and you played it with the patches, it was kind of like Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk came out buggy as shit, but once they fixed that shit, it's one of the greatest games in my opinion.
I can agree with that.
Right. Yes, it's rushed out, and it came out with bugs, but once those bugs got fixed, it's still a good game. You can fix bugs.
Yeah, what I always told people was, if you're complaining about the bugs here, you clearly have never played a Bethesda game, because I'll say, even at launch, Cyberpunk was the best Bethesda game Bethesda never made.
Yeah. I love Cyberpunk. I like The Witcher 3. I like Red Dead Redemption. Those are my kind of games. I like single-player games with a good immersive story where I can just lose myself in the game for like hours and hours. I will sink my time into a game. MMOs got really burnt out for me because they felt too monotonous, the same shit over and over again, and doing, do boy bitch work all the fucking time. Okay, go pick this up. Okay, go do this. I'm like in World of Warcraft. Wait, I'm the legendary hero? How come I don't have fucking statues? You're telling me I'm this amazing fucking hero and I saved the world again. But you guys are making statues of each other over there.
Right.
Oh, wait. I just saved the world and you want me to go pick this up from the shop for you? Yeah, I'll go do your grunt work for
I'll
you.
go run your errand.
It's so stupid. It drives me nuts. I like a good story. Someone say Skyrim. I didn't say Skyrim.
I said Bethesda. I didn't say Skyrim.
But same. Yeah, MMOs drive me nuts. I haven't picked up Final Fantasy 14 since
Don't. It's
since a really bad. There was a plot where this guy sent these people to come attack and assassinate us. Now, don't get me wrong, we killed them easily, but then they're like, okay, we should go see him. I'm like, no, that's a horrible idea. He just sent people to kill us. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know what, Nyla, to comment on that, Nut Skyrim does exist because I've seen some of those NSFW mods for it. So yes, Nut Skyrim.
Oh man, I have a whole trauma based on that game and I don't even play it.
Yeah, she's told me the story. I'm familiar with it.
I liked Final Fantasy 14 at first, and for the first few expansions it was pretty good. And then it got to a point where I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on? What happened? What happened here?
All right.
All right, we should get back.
We've had Burger Creek frozen on the screen for a while.
Yeah, we should get back to it because I could keep rambling on and on about all kinds of random shit.
Especially if they are aware that their presence at the front lines might cause disturbances in reality that would not be particularly beneficial to the mission of the technocracy. The problem is that the places they do
Bloodlines 2 is shit. I felt that needed to be said again.
Entirely to the rules of reality that they envision. To have the kind of power they have, they must believe in those things very strongly, and they are never confronted with any contrary facts. Things function very neatly in the theories they have on how things should work. They require sometimes only a tiny adjustment in how you view the world. But only in that sterile context, because on the front lines, these things often represent fundamental shifts in reality itself. The theory may say that
I could rant forever about how Paradox shat the bed and mismanaged
this usually means that the field agents failed to
fucking destroyed it
for it. This promotes a sort of gradient of out-of-touchness and deception the farther up you go the pyramid of management. An honest supervisor that informs management about why their plans cannot work is not going to get very far. If you want to make it...
Hold on. Rosa, I highly recommend, if you get the chance, to look up By Night Studios and checking out their rule book for Vampire the Masquerade. Their Mind's Eye Society, the new version of basically what the Camarilla was, that's what they use as their system, is By Night Studios, Vampire the Masquerade. So I highly recommend check it out, read it. It's a great system in my opinion. It's not the same as like Third Ed or 3.5, but I think it still sticks with the heart of the game.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
In the technocracy, you need to indulge management. In a sense, ineffective operations and making shit up in the interest of placating the visions of reality that management has is a much quicker path to promotion than actually trying to suss out why the idea that they had did not work. This creates a set of systemic conditions that inherently favors self-interested leaders that want to grow only their own power to the detriment of everyone else, and have very little in the way of moral convictions when it comes especially to social manipulation. Petty authoritarians who delight in having power over others, punishing people for sport, keeping them in line with fear. There's another type of leader, one you will find only rarely in the technocracy. These are empathetic paragons who inspire actual loyalty in their subordinates, who treat them with respect and compassion because they understand that they are as accountable to their subordinates as they are to the people that give them orders. In an organization like the Technocracy,
AKA a good
which
manager.
is ruled by the first type of leader, the second type of leader is almost never going to get promoted. It threatens the leadership of the petty authoritarians by being, uncontroversially, more effective. It is just an objectively better leadership style that inspires actual loyalty, real respect, not just respect based on rank, but respect based on the person. These are the types of leaders that you would go the extra mile for because you know they would do the same for you. And if you're a fucking asshole, sociopath, piece of shit, you're not going to promote people like that. Because if they climb in rank, if they accrue more power, they might become a threat to you one day. Wow, what a fucking really fictional thing that is completely made up and not in any way an extremely accurate representation of much of the culture of today and also for many decades and centuries. This is a fictional thing that isn't real. This is just one of the perennial big organizational problems that plague the Technocracy. Here's another one. If someone is always promoted when they do well, the place that they ultimately will get stuck at is going to be the place in which they were the least good. Because once they're no longer extremely good at their job, they stop getting promoted. Everyone is promoted just beyond their degree of competency. On the other hand, many incompetent people often get promoted up and away because, you know, if they're not doing the actual work, maybe they will be less damaging to the organization. This then leads to some people doing deliberately shoddy work because they think this will get them a better paid and privileged position. The Technocracy has the fewest issues with this last problem, but even in spite of their very complex review standards and a system that actually right technological, then definitely never mystical. And the options for that are actually rather vast. I will get into a lot of them a bit later when we talk about the individual conventions, because each of them has its own preferences. But ultimately, of course, every enlightened scientist has their own foci that they use and that they're comfortable with. Being based in science and technology is actually a huge advantage for the technocrats, because people these days are much more inclined to believe that the strange thing that just happened was the result of some, like, strange machine that they don't really understand, as opposed to the flick and swish of a magic wand. In other words, techno-magic is more often than not...
Hold on, my stream has gone off the air.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. It just happened.
Okay, I'm finally back now. I finally got it back, at least on my end.
Yeah, I'm still live on my end. That's why I was telling chat, like, oh no, did Bones go offline? I said, I'm still here, guys. I'll keep you company.
I didn't hear you, so I must have it must have been a full internet hiccup on my end.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot, like, and that's because, you know, I have fiber optics now too, but I still get random internet hiccups.
Could you reshare the chat?
Yeah. Hold on, let me send that real quick. Okay, you should get it right now. It says you're still in the room.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Cool.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Ruby-tacular.
Coincidental, and thus doesn't expose
my video never stopped playing, so I had no idea.
Paradox. But technology won't just make anything believable, which is where we enter the realm of hypertech, which is basically Magitech, it's Clarktech, it's technology so advanced that it is essentially indistinguishable from magic. And that's not a good thing for consensus, because, you know, it is magic, so a big old plasma gun will incur paradox all the same. There's actually quite a bit of hypertech that no one in the technocracy really expects to ever enter.
I'd love to have the plasma gun from
especially when you're dealing
Iron Man uses in Marvel vs. Capcom games.
Reality deviants.
You can do that easily, man.
Have that kind of hypertech on
the big one in its finisher.
Technocracy justifies not only
you can do that easily.
Magical abilities.
That's what I want.
Will it incur paradox?
But frankly, when you're hanging out in places where there is no paradox anyway, you'd be massively handicapped if you didn't use any hypertech. They develop hypertech to deal with the kind of stuff that exists in the objective outside non-consensus reality. Like Ghostbusters guns, those like backpacks that the Ghostbusters use. Don't worry about crossing the streams, they have a safety shut-off these days. They've learned a lot in the engineering department. Speaking of ghosts and the underworld and the dead, here are some of the strange things that the technocracy has within its organization that you would never expect to find in consensus. And it starts with actual, for real, undead zombies. And elementals, which are like the golem predecessors of the modern machine robots that people use back when robot technology wasn't as advanced within the technocracy. Of course, the only place you'll probably find elementals are in museums at this point. But really aren't robots just metal elementals?
I'd rather robots in disguise.
Transplant enhanced operatives, which some people in the supernatural community outside of the technocracy who are aware of them refer to as abominations, which are usually created by progenitors as amalgamations of various different kinds of nightfolk like vampires and werewolves, but the same. But might also be technocratic.
I got distracted by Rosa saying actual for real undead zombies, and my mind just went somewhere totally different.
Well, that's what he said. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't zombies be great because all their parts are interchangeable?
Yeah. Well, not just that. I mean, like, speaking purely objectively, right? With a technocratic mindset, I can set a zombie to do a task, be like, hey, count all these electrodiodes. I need the total count done by, I don't know, by tomorrow morning. And they're going to count all throughout the night because they don't need to fucking sleep or eat.
I know you hate it there, honey. I'm sorry you're at work. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Necromancy. Nice. No, I my mind went in the gutter. I'd be like, oh, you don't need a boo job. We'll just go over. She's a fresh dead one. Let's just get new ones from here. Super glue and duct tape.
Well, you see, the thing is, the way the progenitors work is, I don't think they would do that. Instead, they'd be like, "Oh, here you go," like, you know, hold your nose and they'll pinch your nose and then make you be like, "Whoop," and you literally like fucking like Jessica Rabbit, like balloon inflate your tits, and they'll give you a pill to make it permanent. I wish I was joking.
Yes, all of them.
Yes.
Franken-tits. There's already a movie called Frankenhooker.
Right.
Agents who had certain attributes or abilities sort of cannibalized from various types of nightfolk and implanted into them. Bear in mind also that the term abomination in the world of darkness in a different context means specifically werewolves that were turned into vampires, which is technically not supposed to be possible. So who knows how much the work of the progenitors sort of altered consensus in that department. Every piece of technology you have seen in a sci-fi film, the technocracy has it. Faster than light travel, black hole generators, life extension serum, cybernetics that will augment your abilities. You will put
I already have cybernetics.
Job. All he'll be able to do is work as a Balenciaga model. Talk about a fucking job he never asked for. They can mind trawl your thoughts and like rearrange your memories. They are more bound to the technological foci to make their magic happen. They can't really do it without them. But the real trick, the thing that really gives technocrats an edge way beyond that, is the fact that they have and use requisitions. So basically, if you are an enlightened scientist, technocratic agent, you are going to manifest effects using all manner of gadgets and technology that you usually have access to through your spheres. But if for the sake of a mission you really need to work some different kind of techno magic, you can ask your quartermaster and they will see what they can do. Basically what's happening is that the technocracy is producing magical items on an industrial scale. And these magical artifacts are actually rather expensive to make, much more so than if an agent were to manifest a equivalent effect with the spheres that they have access to. But not only does having the option to requisition oneself with these kinds of items make amalgams immensely flexible, magical items can in fact be used by pretty much anyone who has been instructed in the basics of their use. Now, granted, those basics are sometimes not particularly basic, but you can see how this would be a massive advantage. Just a small selection of the things
they all come with user manuals
from the technocracy include hit marks, the Terminator robots, which, depending on how the rights of sapient machines are handled in your chronicle, may or may not be fully fledged agents in their own right. Universal translators that will allow you to perfectly communicate with literally anyone. This includes ghosts who speak long dead languages that no one knows anymore, spirits that communicate in ways that aren't even language at all, fucking aliens from the fringes of outer space, which, to be fair, according to the technocracy, is also their spirits. Those things are also spirits. The flashy thing from Men in Black that you can wipe people's memories with. Saber-toothed tigers, which are exactly what they sound like. They're literally saber-toothed tigers, but cyborgs. And there's a ton of these running around in the Amazon. And who the fuck knows why they were created? They're cool. They also have cousins, which are like cyborg house cats that they put in households of important sleepers and sometimes just important agents. Not just to surveil them, but also primarily to protect them. Should a reality deviant of any kind show up to attack these assets of the technocracy, that those cyborg cats, they have fucking laser eyes. Also, they have space stations full of dinosaurs and dragons and shit. They have a thing called an octopus suit that you put on, and then when you put it on, you can program it to make you look like literally anyone you want. There is a discount version of this, which is essentially a sort of masking kit that allows you to, the Hollywood films where they take off, the face mask and it was, a perfectly canny face. They look completely like the person that they were trying to emulate, no, weird shit going on. Drag it off, boom, different person. Technocracy has that much cheaper than an octopus.
The kitty from
fucking CIA heart attack gun.
The watch from Megamind would be better. Yeah.
Skills that can be
they could totally
into
do
your
that
brain
watch from Megamind.
for just a few minutes. They need to put them in there. They won't last very long, but you probably won't need them for that long. There are options for those skills to last a little longer. It's just you'll need a sleep therapy where they teach you those things while you sleep. They have spray cams, which are spray cans, the ones that you do graffiti with, but the spray stuff that you spray on the wall is the camera. You know the old Wednesday family trope with the hand, the undead hand that crawls around and acts as your assistant? Them being made out of flesh has sort of fallen out of fashion, but mechanical ones are still very, very popular. Cloning,
I still like the flesh ones.
They clone people, even their own agents. So if you ever feel like your group of technocrats all look identical, they do. Foldable doors that you can set up anywhere over another
spray on
door,
shoes.
And
Yes,
it will teleport you to
Yeah,
a
they can have spray on
station. That's the
expansions.
kind of stuff that the technocracy only very rarely authorizes, by the way. Star Trek style tricorders that you can point at anything and it will tell you exactly what that thing is, even if it's some sort of magical or entirely alien material. Ghosts in the machine, actual for real artificial
I want
souls.
a Pokédex.
Not like the souls of dead people, but souls that they made that live in the virtual world. They got target-seeking grenades that you cannot hide from. Or, the whole heroic sacrifice grenade thing where you chuck yourself on the grenade to, save your compatriots from being blown up by it. It'll wiggle out from underneath you and then blow you up anyway. Anti-magic handcuffs, because duh, of course they have.
It's true. It's true.
But get the fuck off me! No, I want the grenade. Did you ever see an old movie called Mom and Dad Save the World?
Yes, I love that movie. Yeah.
I want the light grenade from that movie. They're like, what you do is you pull the pin and you drop it. And then when somebody picks it up, poof, they're gone. They're like, yeah, but how do you get people to pick it up? They show on the side of it, it says, pick me up. I asked my friend in a game if I could make one of those, and he said no. I said, why? And he said, because there are people dumb enough to do it.
Well, yeah, I would totally allow that. I would just give it basic. I would just give it basic, talking in game terms. I would just give it a forces to effect, a time to effect, because essentially it's a delayed explosion. And you're setting the trigger to basically be when somebody picks it up.
Now I'm imagining a grenade with spider legs crawling away. Yeah, they could do that too.
Do that too, yeah.
Take it to a planet of idiots. We're already on a planet of idiots.
A bomb that makes you stupid. Like literally an IQ. Gecko gloves and shoes that allow you to just walk on any wall or ceiling in a way that would make ninja spiders jealous. Come to think of it, they probably have ninja spiders. Very simple key made out of gel that you can put into any lock and it'll unlock any door. Deluxe version of that will even unlock magical doors for you. An app for your phone, you point it at a wall, you can see what's behind the wall. Literally anything you can come up with, they have it. And you can requisition it. You best be careful how to use it, though. Some of these babies have an immense capacity for collateral damage. And every single unenlightened civilian, no matter how unimportant they may seem, is a link in the chain of consensus. The technocracy does not like it when civilians die. If you use requisitions frivolously or in a way that management thinks was unwarranted, you are going to be getting some problems. Always remember, your job is to protect humanity and to use as few technocratic resources as possible doing it. Alright, now that we've been through all that, let's talk about something that, if you're coming from the perspective of the traditions, you may think is the end-all be-all of being a member of the technocracy: the conventions. Now, don't get me wrong, which convention of the Technocratic Union you belong to is immensely important. But you should never, under any circumstances, forget that you are first and foremost a technocrat. Traditions and crafts, they like to have their bickering going on, they like to put their immediate alliances first. In the technocracy, any sign of this is going to get you fast-tracked for social processing. Each of these conventions also has sort of sub-conventions called methodologies. They're kind of the departments that focus on the various specialties of each convention. Old ones are dissolved, new ones appear all the time. Some stay for extended periods. Often they are formally established institutions, sometimes they are sort of loose associations. Some methodologies do things that lie somewhat outside of the competencies of a given convention, but which are tasks that have been assigned to them because they need to be done. Like Iteration X, for instance, has a sort of SCP program in Myanmar, which is a spot in the world where many trade routes converge, and so artifacts from east and west and everywhere, they hang out in that country a lot. They're hardly archivists or anything like that, but they are suited to the task in some manner, and it's a task that needs to be done. Sometimes methodologies are there primarily to interface with other conventions. We're going to talk about some of the methodologies of each of the conventions today, but to make it an exhaustive list would be a waste of time. Iteration X is a big, happy family. And by family, I mean machine. And by happy, I mean precise. And by big, I mean big. That's the word I was looking for. It's the right word this time. Bet you didn't fucking see that coming. Iteration X believes themselves to be the sort of upgrade to humanity as we know it. Yeah. The next iteration, if you will, of our species. They see the entire universe as an infinitely complex yet entirely quantifiable engine.
Okay, so
and
Terminator? Yes, Terminator.
Is the mechanism by which this engine improves
Iteration
itself.
X,
to iterators, the selective pressure...
They basically, Iteration X, basically, they have a lot of, like, cybernetics, cyborgs, full-fledged Terminators. They call them hit marks, because I didn't think they could use the term Terminator because... copyright.
It's a Terminator, but you can't call it a Terminator.
So they call them hit marks. But they do so much more than that. It's like the physical stuff is like an easy way to look at it, to basically be like, oh, so I'm a cyborg. Yeah, sure. If you want to be a cyborg, cool. Yeah, you can do that. But you're limiting yourself so much by just focusing on just cybernetics. Yeah, there's so much shit they can do. Anyways.
that led to humanity developing intelligence were ultimately inevitable. And the evolutionary purpose of intelligence is to give oneself all of the evolutionary advantages that no other life form ever could. To very much all iterators, that edge is in fact cybernetics. Cyborg transhumanism, symbiosis with the mechanical, that's just an entirely natural state of evolution. Every single member of this convention is cybernetically enhanced. You got your implanted eyes that can see through walls, you got spring legs that can jump from building to building, hands that transform into guns, faces that transform into flamethrowers, hyper-resilient organs like lungs that'll allow you to breathe mustard gas like it's the air.
Watch out, John and Sarah Connor.
I don't even actually know if the air in the... I assume...
I mean, I already feel like when my wife's mad at me and she stares at me like she's trying to burn a hole through my face. I don't think we should actually give her that ability.
The air in the Rocky Mountains is good somehow. I have to ask, like, James Tullis if that's
Flamethrower
the case.
face talk about being hot.
Cyanide, like it's spring water. Not all iterators are enhanced in the same ways and to the same extent, of course. They all wish they looked as good as I do right now, but unfortunately most of them you wouldn't even recognize as being cybernetically enhanced if you ran into them on the street. On the front lines, any type of cyberware more sophisticated than a hearing aid will expose you to paradox. So even though most iterators really want to get rid of the weakness of their flesh, very few of them are actually allowed to do so. And the type of enhancement that they have differs from person to person because they're not all given the same purpose. That's only a half-baked choice of words because Iteration X is an extremely collectivist organization that doesn't really have that much use for individual persons, just individual platforms. They are the Borg, and though some of them might look superficially different to others, ultimately the goal is that they are all the same. The only outliers are outliers for a purpose and kept around as a convenience. Iterators claim to be entirely unsentimental. They are well coordinated and carry out everything according to complex plans that they calculated every possible outcome of. Everyone and everything is inherently predictable, and if you lose something, and in retrospect it will have been worth it to lose that thing, that would have been the best option to take anyway. Here's the problem with that, though the quantum computer...
My chat has just run away with my wife wanting me dead. See, this is why we don't give her a flamethrower face or laser eyes or anything that could be lethal at a moment's notice, because I would not be around.
That they use to calculate complex outcomes in the future are very capable. They're extremely impressive technology. They quickly fall apart when they try to predict large-scale things, especially when humans are involved. Because humanity is inherently messy and unpredictable. But iterators are engineers much more so than they are scientists. So to them, the fact that humanity is unpredictable is actually its greatest flaw. It's the one thing they're all convinced is a trait that needs to be iterated away and out of humanity. Unpredictability, not a problem with them, a problem with us. By us, I mean them. As you can clearly see, an iterator. When it comes to terranorming, they naturally push for advances in cybernetics so that all people can become hybridized with machines and all of humanity can become the highly advanced, unstoppable precision engine.
Well, when does the good stuff come out? I need a new spine.
Never mind that this doesn't work, like, often within the convention already. And they recruit pretty much exclusively from people who subscribe to ideas of, like, order and obedience and hierarchy. Soldiers, office drones, certain types of, like, very structurally oriented mathematicians, people who feel very comfortable getting orders, carrying them out, and like losing themselves to the greater collective. They get their unambiguous instructions and are expected to carry them out.
Repo the genetic operator.
God help you if you make a fucking mistake. And it turns out most
Cyborgs
of humanity
are way
is
better
not
than
like
that.
Still, the iterators continue to assume that that's just how it's supposed to be. Within the technocracy, Iteration X serves two main purposes. For one, they have the majority of the technocracy's industrial capabilities and know-how. Iterators are constantly optimizing the efficiency of their tirelessly operating
Zydrate comes in a little glass vial.
programs. If you requisition a piece of hypertechnology that can be mass manufactured, sometimes even something very specialized as well, chances are it was made by Iteration X. The other purpose of Iteration X is to be the army of the technocracy. The firepower, the big guns, the
army.
cavalry. Look, all the conventions have some degree of martial capability. But Iteration X is the technocracy's fine-tuned war machine. Not only are their soldiers packed to the gills with cybernetics, their strike teams are perfectly coordinated. There's no, like, disobedience going on. And all those fancy prediction algorithms that break down on a large scale, they work very well in pretty much every kind of military scenario. War is, after all, mainly about numbers, and numbers is what Iteration X does best. In terms of the type of tools that iterators use to channel their techno-magic, their foci, of course, every kind of cybernetics is king. Ultimately, whenever they do something impossible, it comes down to some type of wild upgrade they had installed. But as much as they love their flesh-made chrome, they also are really into mathematics, like higher mathematics, hyper-mathematics, impossible algorithms, raw computing power. Every iterator needs to have a number of labyrinthine Excel spreadsheets. Just run the numbers, then brute force your way there. They also have various meditations and mind-calming machines, sometimes aided by like microchips in their brains, to make themselves into better conduits to perfectly obediently follow orders. Famously though, and most iterators will only do this when they know that no one is looking, a major focus is having a personal relationship with the technology, the machines that you work with, treating your equipment with the type of kindness you would usually only afford living things. In spite of its obvious spiritual nature, it's a very common thing.
Are you sleeping with it, Ray?
Some of Iteration X's methodologies include the biomechanics, who for a long time were mainly focused on building like combat cyborgs, but have recently been allowed to return to their original purpose of designing experimental cybernetic technology. The macro technicians, who analyze hypertech and devise new ways of mass manufacturing them. And the statisticians, who collect and collate as much data as they possibly can about absolutely everything, and then they plug it into various models that they then use to calculate all manner of everything with various degrees of precision.
All the things.
The NWO knows everything. For instance, it knows you personally, David. And it also knows exactly what it is that you know.
You should address this, Hulk Hogan.
That you know, the NWO put it there for a reason. So don't you worry about it, David. There's no need to question anything. It's for your own protection, David. We're just doing what's best for you, man.
That's
so when
mean.
people think of the technocracy, most of the time they think of people in Black Mirror shades that show up to places and make things disappear after some weird shit went down. And that is very much on purpose, because it is exactly the image that the NWO is trying to project. They are, in a way, the PR department, the public face of the technocracy, and implacable agents of the law vested with authority way beyond what you think ordinarily a government might be able or willing to do in a given situation. That's a pretty fucking good image to be projecting when you want to seem more intimidating than you actually are. Not that the technocracy isn't intimidating. If you ever run into a black suit and you're not intimidated, I don't know what to tell you except you might be a lost cause. And let's not even talk about a gray suit. Think about this for a moment, right? All of the other conventions, they have interesting names. But the NWO is something you've heard about. And not just within, like, World of Darkness lore, but in, like, conspiracy theory or half conspiracy theory type places. They are the puppet masters, the deep state, the ones who control the media and the intelligence agencies. When it actually comes down to the brass tacks of shaping the consensus, the NWO is who do most of that work. From big Hollywood mass market releases to very specific academic treatises that like 5 people are going to read in total, the NWO put it there for a reason. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many actual academics, philosophers, sociologists, psychologists, historians actually work for the NWO. Even ones whose ideas seemingly oppose each other. Not that they'd necessarily know, of course. The NWO is the largest technocratic convention when it comes to raw numbers, but that is mostly because they have a huge number of assets embedded in pretty much every community that works in their vast intelligence network. That grandma who calls the cops every time children are too loud in the street, she's an NW asset, she just doesn't know it. It is the big brother of humanity who knows better than us what we should know and what we should be able to do. They keep an eye on us, like every good big brother should, and they keep the other eye on the aliens they have at Area 51, because they have aliens at Area 51, just as a thing that I'm saying to you. Random facts. They do all the cover-ups and gather all the intelligence that ensures that technocratic operations go as smoothly as possible. And with it...
No, I was actually watching something, and I brought it up a couple times. I don't believe that there are aliens or spacecraft at Area 51. Not
of course not. You know why?
I'm wondering if you have the same idea that I do, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. You tell me your idea first.
It only makes sense. Maybe they were there at one point, but it would be a lot smarter to move them somewhere else and let people keep believing that they're there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Area 51 is just for show. There's nothing there. They moved whatever was there away because everyone would know that it was there. Now they just pretend that it's there and let people think while they work quietly somewhere else.
Yeah, like there's this guy. I think his name is Phil Schneider. I don't know if you ever done research on Phil Schneider.
I've heard the name before.
Oh my God, he apparently, allegedly, he's passed away now from mysterious circumstances. Who would have thunk it, right? But he was apparently somebody who worked at Area 51, not as a scientist, but as an engineer, specifically in regards to like digging tunnels and stuff. And the stuff that he experienced, or at least allegedly claimed to have experienced, is pretty bone-chilling. So I fully believe that exactly what you're saying is true, because Area 51 at one point did, but if you look into the other bases that the Black Books were operating, such as, the Dulce base, and there's also Majestic, I think it's 77, I could have the number wrong. There was so many other bases that were going on simultaneously. While all the attention was on Area 51, they were operating these other bases. And then, of course, once those names got out, they got shut down. And I'm pretty sure things just got moved around. But as of right now, I'm like 100% sure there's no aliens at Area 51.
Yeah. You just heard a small meow and you're dying. Oh, yeah, I got several cats. Here, baby, you want to say hi? You want to say hi? No, you decided not to be talking?
No, doesn't want to say hi.
Yep. Now she wants to be quiet. Nothing? She's just staring at the microphone like, what?
Nothing. She's like, what is this strange device?
Hi, baby. I got 3 of them right next to me. One is knocking all the shit off my desk. The other one's staring at me like an idiot. And the third one's trying to sleep like, shut up!
In the technocracy, they act as a sort of secret police. They assess the loyalty and the reliability of agents, and also find the rogue ones and bring them to heel. Which doesn't necessarily mean that they will kill them. Just, like, awakened agents are incredibly rare and valuable assets. Yeah. You don't just go around killing them for no fucking reason. But they want you to think that they will shoot you in the head the second you ask yourself why they chose
the scariest thing about the scariest thing about the NWO I'll say the technocracy in general, specifically the NWO, isn't that they will kill you. No, no, no. They will take you and turn you into a more decent citizen. Because they have a procedure. It's like a Mind 3 effect called social reconditioning, which basically means the way you think is wrong, we're going to teach you how to think correctly. And they literally reprogram your brain. And there's nothing scarier in a mage game than when you go to approach somebody who you think is a friend and you just finish telling them all the secrets, and then they pick up a phone and they call their new technocratic agent friends and let them know exactly where your chantry is.
Yeah. Yeah. Magical.
No, they don't make you tranquil. They just shift the way you think to where, like, for example, somebody who was like a verbena would say, "Oh, well, I don't believe in this crazy blood magic shit anymore. I'm a progenitor now. I believe in the science of medicine and big pharma and this and that and whatever." But we'll get to that in time.
I love cats. Sadly, I can't get one because my little sister owns a Jack Russell Terrier that hates cats. Aww. Ooh. I used to not be a big cat fan. Like, I liked them to pet. I didn't want to have any in my house. And now I have like 5 in my house. And it's fucking driving me nuts. It was because my first cat, Whisper, which has become dubbed the Scuff Kitty, she came a few years ago to the door during a really bad cold snap. And she had been around the house for a while, and the kids had been feeding her, but I didn't want her in the house. Well, I felt bad. She kept scratching at the door, so I built her a little box with a bed inside for her to sleep in. Well, she didn't want that, kept scratching at the door. I got a heated blanket, like a plug-in, like warming pad, and I put it in there. She still didn't want it. She kept coming. I was like, fine, let her in the house. You know, I felt bad. I got guilted into letting her in the house. Well, she was so well behaved and slept right by my feet all night long that I was like, fine, she could stay, and she became like our first kitty. Well, she
grew on you.
Yeah, the day we bought a cat carrier to take her to go get fixed was the day she snuck out and got pregnant.
Damn.
And that's where the other ones came from. They're all her kids. We had one person take one of the kittens, and the other ones kind of fell through. People said that they were going to take them and didn't, and now they're grown, and people don't want grown cats for some reason, and now they're like here. And I'm like, fuck!
Damn.
Oh, I big baby. The Scuff Kitty is sitting and watching. You gonna say hi? She's like, nope. She said, nope. she started wiggling out of my head. Like, no, I don't want to be on TV.
Not today. Not today.
Criteria, this particular shade of beige. The truth is that eliminating
the Scuff Kitty Whisper is still the best behaved of all of them.
Even people who are outright reality deviants, tradition mages, is very wasteful. And there are other methods of changing your mind. Much like Iteration X, the New World Order is collectivist and conformist. And where Iteration X is a little more communist, the NWO is a little more fascist. If that is a word that you want to hear. It's true, though. For a long, long time, what they tried to do is make all of society behave the same. They worked very hard to create a universal blueprint of how life should work. What things you have a choice in, what things you don't. And any deviation from that introduced instability and thus needed to be purged. Not overtly, of course, at least not immediately, but through shunning and ostracization. Subtle social sabotage. Sure, James Bond is like a classic NWO agent, but most NWO ops are rather a bit more subtle. Or dull. Also dull. It's probably even a better word, really. They do recruit mainly from military and law enforcement backgrounds, but there's also a lot of media types, thinkers, even some types of artists who have a vision that they don't just want to share but impose upon the world, that upon awakening to their magical powers, are recruited and inducted into the ranks of the NWO. Regardless of gender or ethnicity or other factors that might make them different, they're all put in these kinds of black suits, which are bulletproof, by the way, just thought I'd mention that, and they're all stripped of their identity, because of course, the technocracy comes first. And it turns out, and this is true, that applying this same principle to all of society doesn't fucking work. Which, in fairness, they have realized like a few years ago already, but this ship is very slow to turn, and a lot of the damage has already been done. A shining example of this is the United States of America, where the NWO's attempts to enforce conformity on a deeply diverse society has sort of succeeded itself into failure. They have created a time of perhaps irreconcilable social and political divides. And while much of the convention is of the opinion that the best way to go is to just cover everything in duct tape like they always did and hope for the best, others have ironically started funneling large amounts of money into like Antifa and armed leftist militant groups. Because a lot of these agents are currently looking at the fabric of society breaking down and asking, do you folks remember what happened the last time that this happened, like 100 years ago roughly in Central Europe? Remember how we put like money into the fascists to prop them up because we thought they would be an extreme but ultimately stabilizing influence? And do you remember what happened after we did that? Do you remember what happened after that? Do you remember it? Maybe, on account of how all of that worked out, let's do the fucking opposite of whatever we were doing back then this time around. Many NWO operations have pivoted in their goals and protocols significantly, as instead of trying to enforce a sort of top-down social control, they've attempted to adapt to the inherently chaotic and diverse nature of humanity. They have shifted from overt enforcement of conformity, which ultimately just led to disconformity happening in secret. People were still gay, they just were hiding it now, to an attitude of, if not necessarily encouraging, then certainly tolerating a huge amount of disconformity, which, though perhaps a little more volatile, is also much easier to keep an eye on and tally. It turns out that people don't actually like to have to hide that they're gay when they are gay. And as we've been over before, it's very important that people like the technocratic consensus. At this point, the NWO even supports environmentalist groups as well, although they do kind of focus on the neoliberal environmentalist groups that focus on policing consumer behavior as opposed to addressing the production side issues that are the actual cause of climate change. What they do can never be about the sort of class struggle that climate change activism it needs if it is to succeed and actually beat this dragon back. So they are once again sort of agents of trying to keep things static and like the same, even though really a lot of adaptation is required. But hey, they have changed, improved even in many major ways with the general shifting of things in the technocracy. To focus their enlightened science, the NWO uses literal, actual meme magic. Like, that's the main thing they do. They control memes. And through them, they shape the consensus and give themselves the ability to break it too. Fed posts are, in fact, NWO spells. Part of those memes are, of course, the clothes they wear, their body language, the badge they flash. Just the act of talking to people can be a way of manifesting magic. Especially if it involves some sort of complicated jargon or lingo, which, if you think about it, is kind of just how Hermetics mumble spells in Latin. It's just that an NWO agent is going to say that Tango is bound to be OF in T-minus 10 seconds. Paperwork, also a very useful tool to bend reality to your will. They also have a plethora of incredibly cool gadgets developed by Q Division. And yes, that is once again the James Bond Q from the James Bond movies, the person that makes all the gadgets. But these are not like all that super obvious mechanical cyborg shit. I have a fine liner pen here that's gonna make you bust a nut prematurely. And it looks like just a regular fine liner pen. You are now cursed with premature ejaculation. Field agents that actually do see combat often like martial arts as a focus for their abilities, which you may think is more on the mystical side, but is actually rather widely accepted within the Technocratic Union. And when it comes to intelligence gathering, computer viruses, like cool hacking interfaces that you type in, big databases full of all kinds of information that is vaguely unsorted, those are the kind of things that will produce very powerful spell effects. Some of the NWO methodologies include the Ivory Tower, which controls the official convention and in many ways technocracy ideology, and disseminates certain thoughts to leading academics and intellectuals around the globe. Usually this means that they will gaslight them into having a particular worldview, which is then going to be respected by other academics.
Hey, BJ, guess
and
what?
that is
I don't
then
know
going
what.
to trickle down to the regular people world. The feed, which is the social media experts that basically spend their whole day hanging out on Discord so they can tell the NWO
I'm not
what
saying
everyone's
it.
going to be talking
not
about
saying
in a
it.
couple days.
Oh,
And of
my
course the
God.
aforementioned Q Division, which makes all the gadgets. The progenitors are in the business of reality deviance. And what I mean by that is that what they do is
You
they
had to do it,
actually
right?
perform
All right,
reality
Lamone.
deviance within the technocracy, which is an organization dedicated to the stamping out of
There you
reality
go.
deviance. They are mad scientists, crazy researchers, on the very cutting edges, looking just how far hypertech can be stretched. And sometimes some of the things that they do actually become part of consensus. Their main expertise in all this is and always has been medical science. Victor Frankenstein is the classic archetypal progenitor, and that is not just in the sense that he was a mad scientist, but also that he literally created new life. And that's something the progenitors spend a whole lot of time and energy on. They're not trying to necessarily upgrade humanity through cybernetics like Iteration X is, but to make it anew entirely. Which isn't to say they don't use cybernetics at all, also. It's just that that's not the thing they mainly prefer to do. And much like Victor Frankenstein, they have unleashed a whole slew of horrors onto the world with all their failed projects.
I call
they
those
used to not care about any form of ethics in any way, shape, or form ever. Just destroying human life and limb as they saw fit just to see what they could come up with. And it causes a lot of damage to people and society. Forget like eugenics and phrenology,
You want a big,
although that certainly is
What's
stuff
a big,
that they came up with. I'm talking zombie outbreaks.
He was trying to create
Fake
life free from
human
death. Well,
creatures that are performing slave labor in deep space. Man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. And in spite of their allegedly very good security, a lot of progenitor creations have managed to escape their labs and find their way to the front lines, causing irreparable damage to consensus that had the NWO hyperventilating for decades. This is until one day, perhaps due to the dimensional anomaly, the progenitors' internal money people went, nuh-uh, and majorly reshuffled the whole organization to focus away from the science and genetic engineering of let's just see what's going to happen, and more onto preparing humanity for the real crises that are coming. And also ideally working with other conventions to stop these crises from coming up altogether.
Another moan?
I'm talking climate change here, by the way. That's one of the main ones that they have directed their efforts at combating. None of the other conventions have changed so drastically and so quickly. Well, I mean, maybe except for the WoD engineers, but that really depends on the timeline, I guess. And many of the old school progenitors, and those who hope to become like them, are not very happy about this. The whole convention is structured a lot more like research universities than anything else. It's rather non-authoritarian. People are encouraged to be individuals. They're actually deeply interwoven with the global scientific and academic elite, which gives them ample opportunity to detect anyone who might be on the verge of awakening to the secrets of enlightened science, and to suss out whether university hierarchy is structured like the progenitors.
I'm zoning out, like enjoying the thing. I'm like, I have to talk too.
Is sort of a chicken and egg type situation, which a lot of progenitors can actually tell you which was first. It was the 3D.
I can totally chime in. I just wait for you to pause it because you got the pause button.
Well, if you say something, I go to pause it, but I'm like, I'm so fascinated. I'm like actually paying attention. Then I'm like forgetting to talk.
Okay, so like he said something like a little bit earlier, which I'll comment on, which is that the progenitors don't really like to use cybernetics, and that's totally true. What they will more likely do is have a rote or procedure, they call them procedures, where they'll give you a pill and it'll literally like regrow your broken or damaged limb.
Huh.
So instead of you having to like surgically get like a new cybernetic attachment, they'd be like, "Nah, just take this. It'll regrow your arm, or you know what? It'll regrow it better, stronger than what it was before."
I want one of those.
Yeah. So their stuff is a lot more focused on like life magic as opposed to the Iteration X, which is like forces magic. Just a little bit of like meta lore there.
Okay.
ton of money for the technocracy. They hold a lot of medical and other technological patents, and while they are of course not entirely self-funded given how expensive much of their research is, a lot of their funding actually comes internally through research grants. And all the money people had to do to refocus the efforts of the entire convention was to not give the money to psychopaths. Although where those money people got their conscience from is a kind of a mystery, really. That doesn't mean they don't still have a ton of interesting projects going on. They have an underwater research station manned almost exclusively by dolphins and octopuses. Although then I suppose it would be dolphined and octopused. They're involved in various de-extinction efforts, including fucking dinosaurs, various interpretations of them. Neanderthals too, they made
Sea Lab 2021.
Apparently very nice,
that.
very kind people. They are battling death itself, which I of course think is very cool. Oh, and did I mention they're building the actual literal Avengers? Yeah, the progenitors are trying to make superheroes. Like, that's how they think they're gonna solve a lot of problems, by introducing superheroes to the world. But these days, their efforts truly are focused on making more people more healthy by developing novel medical treatments. Or rather, introducing those treatments and medicines into the consensus, because most of the actual work of creating them has already happened. Now it's about actually applying it to reality, which can be rather difficult in the field, given that there's a lot of distrust of big pharma around the world, not to mention consensus fracturing in general. So they've had to become a little tricky in their approaches to certain communities. One thing they do now is they pretend to be New Age medicine. You know all the stories where the parents chose not to pursue cancer treatment for their child, but through prayers and faith, the child healed anyway? Yeah, unless a chorister was involved, it was not prayer that did it. It was a snake oil salesman that gave them some kind of magical thing that they would rub on their child's forehead, and that snake oil then contained progenitor-developed nanomachines that went into the child's body and killed the cancer. Now, this does create a little bit of a conundrum that sort of illustrates the divides within the technocracy pretty well. Because not only is that, like, clear reality deviance that violates consensus and invites paradox, it also, because it happened, like, sneakily, reinforces the idea that faith healing can work in people's minds. I mean, they literally saw it happen, and that's bad for the type of rationalistic consensus the Technocratic Union is trying to build. On the other hand, what are you gonna let the kid die? It is the mission of the technocracy to protect humanity from the predations of superstitionism.
I don't know what.
What could more strongly embody that mission than saving the life of a child from the predations of its parents' superstitious beliefs? One of the major projects dedicated to reconciling that divide is probably that the nanites that were given to the child may have included certain agents that also restructured its brain and made it believe in technocratic consensus. This is usually done in tandem with NWO efforts, because developing those kinds of nanites is much more resource intensive, and they specialize in the kind of social manipulation to make that happen anyway. But the progenitors are in fact trying to science pill people. Some common foci that are very popular with progenitors is the development and testing of novel scientific theories. Now you might say, Burger, isn't what the progenitors do as scientists also will working, because that is how the science works even for progenitor technocrats, and isn't that kind of an inherent violation that exists in contradiction to the very way of how science works and how science is done? So can these people really call themselves scientists if they know that the research that they do doesn't work the way science does? And the answer to that is no. You just don't understand enlightened science. They also have generously equipped laboratories full of expensive gear and staff that works tirelessly. The whole vast field of experimentation, whether that be sort of surgery, CRISPR grafting, or chemical synthesis, anything you can picture people doing in a lab could potentially be a focus. Much like the belief that just having enough funding can get the job done. Controversially, a lot of especially progenitors believe in discredited pseudoscientific theories to work their enlightened science. Those are part of their personal paradigm, especially older and more influential ones. So in spite of the convention's frequent attempts to bring these people into the present, there is something deeply idiosyncratic of how magic and enlightened science work, and many of these people are used to working under conditions that do adhere to their personal worldview far away from the front lines. And they have name recognition, achievements, contacts that go back a long time within the progenitors. Keeping them in check is a project in its own right. Some projector methodologies include the applied sciences, an extremely varied group of individuals who share experience and resources with each other to field test various progenitor projects out there on the front lines. The facade engineers who can actually trace their roots back all the way to the Kosian society in ancient Egypt and who work on developing new forms of humanity based on the human blueprint. The E in facade, by the way, stands for eugenics. It is, in fact, an acronym. And the pharmacopeists who trace their roots back to different parts of the Kosian circle, who used to be the more rationally minded herbalists and alchemists, but are now modern-day pharmacists and apothecaries. Which, you know, if you do go to pharmacies, there is a certain degree of magic about those places. I have always found it fascinating. You go in there, you give them a slip of paper, and they come back with some substance that will heal you. It will change the way your body works. And I don't know what goes on in the back there, but I would really love to see it.
I have.
The Syndicate makes money.
They give me pills.
They make it.
To slightly make pain stop.
They make the money. They're not just big business. They are the bigger fish in the pool that big business only ever gets to see the vague outline of. So yeah, the Technocratic Union requires an unfathomable amount of funding to do what it does. And it's the Syndicate's job to bring in that cash supply. They manage the Union's assets and fund its projects, which you may think gives them a huge amount of power. And that is entirely correct. It's very true. They are extremely powerful. While they don't exactly dominate the other conventions, especially if the dimensional anomaly occurred, they will be the most powerful among them. This is because they are much more earthbound than the other conventions. They had very few horizon constructs in the first place and even kept a lot of management directly on Earth. The Syndicate thrives in human society. They have obscene, unspeakable amounts of wealth. They don't need space stations. They have everything they could possibly ever want right here. So
I don't know if you've ever seen early interviews with Elon Musk.
Early what?
If you guys have ever seen early interviews with Elon Musk, and you know how despite what you think about Elon Musk, put that aside. He said in early interviews that he has so much money he doesn't even deal with money anymore. He deals in favors. That's kind of like a good interpretation of how the Syndicate works. They have so much money they don't even need money anymore. They deal in things that are more important than money.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I wanted to give people like a I guess an IRL kind of place to anchor onto. Yeah.
They are the convention that lost the least. If rebuilding efforts are underway, they are currently dishing out copious amounts of Skrilla, which would push them to capacity in their ability to generate cash flow, but also put them in an extremely powerful position at a point where the technocracy is at its weakest. Holding the purse strings in moments of transformation gives you the ability to set up a lot of systemic factors that are going to play in your favor way into the future. So many among the conventions feel like the Syndicate is, especially right now, too powerful. Especially for a group that so often conflicts with the ideals of the technocracy. You see all the hierarchy problems in the technology that I mentioned earlier, where being a blood-sucking psychopath is the easiest way to the top? Nowhere is this worse than within the Syndicate. Seriously, especially for unenlightened personnel, for sleepers, and a lot of extraordinary citizens, being in the Syndicate, it's an extremely toxic culture. Going so far that the Mage Splat books say explicitly that the technocracy has like zero tolerance for sexual harassment. Except for the syndicate. The syndicate can have a little bit of sexual harassment as a treat. After all, what is the point of being powerful if you're not going to be using that power?
I'm distracted by his suit. I'm waiting for him to start disco
like
dancing.
Slimy ass bullshit is the whole MO of the syndicate. And they get away with it because they control the money, and their entire ethos is to make as much money as possible, no matter the cost. To that end, not only are they big in all of the legitimate corporate conglomerates of the world, they also control organized crime, global cartels.
Yep, they do.
Yeah, that spaceship you're flying in, El Chapo paid for it. They're also one of the union's most gaping security holes, especially through the famous Special Projects Division, which worked with the conglomerate Pentex of Werewolf the Apocalypse fame. So very evil corporation.
That's where the big connection between mage and werewolf comes into, if a storyteller wants to make that connection, because the syndicate directly funded through the SPD, which is the Special Projects Division, Pentex, which you already know Pentex is a big piece of shit because of werewolf. Well, additionally, the progenitors are also employed under the Special Projects Divisions. They're the ones that actually make those Fomore, kind of like abominations.
Oh, wonderful!
Like from the werewolf game, because I mean, from the werewolf perspective, is like, oh well, these are just individuals that have been corrupted by the worm, whatever. And it's like, no, a technocrat doesn't view it that way. They're like, no, I gave him this thing to mutate him because we wanted to see what happened.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's why I think mage is the far superior.
Was dissolved, and yet somehow, even though the Special Projects Division no longer exists, unfathomable amounts of money are being sent to the technocracy for things that it does. And not even management knows what's going on, but hey, it's free cash. It's for this kind of shit that NWO forensic auditors love to give the syndicate a little slap on the fingers when the higher-ups deem it necessary, aka when they can get away with it. And in a sort of ironic twist, the syndicate is the only convention of the technocracy that has actively gotten worse over the past few decades. It used to be home to various economic theories and models and ideas of how business should be run, but with the rise of dog-eat-dog neoliberal capitalism, the logic of it is morally righteous when it generates a lot of profit has brought the syndicate's worst qualities to the fore. They seriously dropped the ball in Russia and a lot of other post-Soviet states with the whole communism-capitalism conflict, just completely folding the cards on the communist members of the syndicate for the sake of personal power play and internal politicking, and then ruining the Russian economy with shock therapy introduction of neoliberal capitalism. That's a historical fact, by the way. All the poverty that you see in Russia, that only happened after the Soviet Union was dismantled and had all of its stuff being sold off to extremely rich people. Before the fall of the Soviet Union, Russians were eating the best out of all of the people in the world. True. And the people who got all those state assets through their political connections are known as the oligarchs today. However, even within the syndicate, a lot of individuals, especially of the more theory-inclined side of understanding how the magic of money works, have been calling for a little bit of a restructuring, and it all ultimately comes down to the idea of consensus viability. Humans contribute to the consensus in roughly equal amounts. They believe things, and then those things are real, and the technocracy's approach has been to obviously make it so the consensus they want people to believe in is one that is appealing to those people. To put it in economic terms, regular people need to see a good return on investment into the consensus. Otherwise, they'll just choose a different reality to invest in, which is something that's happening with a lot of disgruntled people these days. Thus, the fact of the socialist ownership of the consensus turns out to be one of those irrefutable realities that the syndicate must adapt to. At least such is the theory. The people who are proposing it are very much in the minority. Because, of course, the syndicate continues to recruit primarily people who are ruthless and devoid of compassion. They value self-motivation, ingenuity, the grind set. One of the things they're also very traditionally liberal in is the fact that they have no hard new life, old life divide, because usually when you ascend into the syndicate, retaining your old business contacts is very fucking useful. You don't want to enter the business org and immediately lose all your assets. That would be a huge waste. The idea of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps is deeply ingrained into the notions of how they view magic. Syndicate technocrats often master the prime sphere.
One little tidbit. One little tidbit. Total transparency, I am not into crypto. I'm not a crypto bro. I hate crypto. But anybody who knows the history of Bitcoin knows that it was made by some mysterious person, and this person just disappeared once Bitcoin was introduced. The established lore in Mage 20th anniversary is that Bitcoin was invented by the technocracy, specifically the syndicate, as a way to create a new cashless currency, so this way they could do more shit without being held accountable because they could just make more coin.
That's actually kind of brilliant.
Kind of scary because, I mean, like, if you think about it, they've convinced people that one coin is worth so much of this old currency, and that if you could buy just like an 1/8 or a 16th of that coin, in fact, I will loan it to you, you know, and that'll be worth a small fortune there.
Wow.
It's kind of ridiculous. Anyways, I wanted to point that out. I think he's going to mention it, but I wanted to point that out there.
They understand as being called primal utility. And to them, the most perfect representation of primal utility is money. Because much like primal utility, money is essentially an unseen, invisible, abstract force that can sometimes manifest in, like, bills of cash, but usually just sort of exists out in the ether and can make pretty much anything happen. Like, seriously, money is the greatest reality-shaping power in existence. Which, come to speak of it, like a wad of cash is a great quintessence storage type deal for technocrats of this particular orientation. They are the ones working on making the entire world cashless, which I, as a cash kind of guy, really fucking hate. But it makes money more abstract and thus more like Prime. Really, the whole convention is the most mystical of all of the ones within the Technocratic Union. They even have this ironic understanding of themselves as being people who do magic. They call themselves the Magic Men. In terms of foci of how they channel their magic, of course, the most common is the famous Art of Desire, which is something you may have heard of. Visualizing things in order to make them happen. Not very technological, as you can see. They also use marketing, arcane models of hypereconomics, power dynamics, weird, terrible fucking psychological manipulation. Seriously, these people love gaslighting. Crypto is something that they sometimes use as a focus that they try to introduce to the consensus, but people rejected it, so they failed to introduce it. The concept of, like, the team having a bunch of eggheads that will just figure it out when you tell them to do it, that's a very common focus to manifest the magic of a syndicalist. They make the impossible happen not because they have the ability to, but because the mage believes that they can. And then, of course, just having influence matters, knowing the right people, being able to make a phone call that'll break reality. Sometimes they will do outright mystical rituals, usually involving, like, the domination and exploitation of people. Sense of style and panache, similar to what the NWO does, just with more body hair. Cocaine and every other kind of upper, which gives them a lot of similarity to the mystical tradition of the Sahajiya. Probably some of them do nofap. Every insane idea can be a focus. If you ever do find technology in their magic, it's going to be stuff like ATMs. Never any of those weird sort of hypertech devices, because who needs that kind of shit when you have money? Some of the classic syndicate methodologies include the Enforcers, also known as the Hollow Men, who reconcile the fact that ultimately all of the value that money has is entirely imaginary by making sure that there are very real consequences to people who do not pay their bills. The financiers, or as Alex Jones would call them, the globalists, because they are the worldwide network of all the big banks and big business interlinking all of these various organizations to create a truly globalized economy, and media control, which has a lot of jurisdiction friction with the NWO much of the time, and though it is also its job to reinforce technocratic global consensus, very often what it primarily does is reinforce syndicate consensus. The Void engineers stare into the abyss, and the abyss does its thing to them. It really depends on what
wearing
abyss
a
it
wetsuit?
specifically is. They do different things, the various kinds of abysses. Sometimes it's literal, sometimes it's metaphorical. Point is, they have seen things you people wouldn't believe. Let's face it, this is the most interesting of the conventions. Like, yeah, okay, the others are all cool and interesting, but these guys go to space. To the space of the space area. They're the space force of the Technocratic Union. Okay, maybe that's not strictly speaking all that they do, but space is in practical terms where they are located most heavily because of it's pretty big. The space is big. And they don't just explore conventional space as we think of it, as seen in the popular television show Carl Sagan's Cosmos, but the magical realms of wild spirits that is the Middle Umbra, also known as biospheric space. The abstract realm of the High Umbra.
They don't call it the Umbra, they call it biospheric
concepts
space.
And intellectual ideals, also known as ensemble space. Entropic space, the underworld, full of the dead, which once again I will refer you to my Wraith video if you want to learn more about that. A digital web, a newly emerging sort of space that is somehow similar. It draws parallels to biospheric space, but it's also different, and the very concept of space doesn't make as much sense in it. But then you see all the parallels of internet cables being interconnected with each other, and the mushrooms, the global mycelial network sending information like neurons, or whatever energies bind the infinite realms of the Middle Umbra together. Subspace or ether space, which is kind of like an alternate dimension of regular space, and it's full of magic. Here the various planets of our solar system map to the shard realms, which each represent one of the spheres of magic. The deep universe beyond the asteroid belt, where things get really weird really quickly, and the farther out you go, the more weird they get. Alternate timelines, one of the particularly messy exploration endeavors. Some are mapping the deep oceans of Earth, and there is some truly scary shit in there. The same is true about the last remaining true wildernesses on this planet. Think of the Amazon, the Antarctic, the deep Siberian taiga. Things are different there. Reality is just sort of absent. And they explore these places not just to see what's there for the sake of curiosity, but to understand them and become better able to protect humanity from them. That is the true purpose of the Void Engineers, to protect the borders of consensus and make sure nothing weird crosses over. Where were they when the thing came out? Which ultimately tends to come down to just making sure that nothing crosses over them at all. For any reason. So while we do think of them as more space-based, actually a lot of Void Engineer jobs are based on Earth. And whether they constitute the majority or perhaps even the entirety of the convention really heavily depends on how you play.
To kind of comment on that real quick, that's the hardest thing about having Void Engineers if you're running a Technocracy game, because by default, every single person that I know who's tried to play a Void Engineer assumes they're going to be in space, and it's like, no. You can be from a space station. You can even have your chantry in space, but the adventure takes place down here.
Right.
And a lot of people get put off by that, and it's like, look, let's be honest. Unless everybody's going to play a Void Engineer, which I think would get extremely boring pretty quickly, it's not going to happen. If you want to write your own storyline, go for it. Have fun with it. But realistically, other people don't have a reason to go up there, and be up there. You're probably going to be more on the ground level type of thing, where you are confronting these anomalies as they breach and then reporting back to the Space Brigade so they can send in the Halo Marines Master Chief style.
Okay.
That's how I've always run them, because otherwise
it wouldn't make sense to play a Void Engineer. If their specific thing is to go where people don't normally go to better understand it, and keep people safe, they wouldn't go to populated cities or where shit is happening because they're busy with something else. Unless they recruit a team to say, hey, we're going to the Arctic to deal with this, you know.
I did play in one really good game where they did kind of like a Hollow Earth type of exploration, and that was pretty interesting because it made more sense conceptually, because it's like, hey, the Void engineers are going to go and do this, but contractually, because of their conventions, they have to take other people with them. So they had to take somebody from the syndicate to make sure they don't overspend, somebody from the Iteration X to be security, and so forth, so forth.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so there's ways of doing it, but yeah.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like space-based games. Every time I play them, it's just, I don't know. They
can be hit or miss, yeah.
Your chronicle. Because for obvious reasons, it is the convention most affected by it. If it's a severe, ongoing dimensional anomaly, they're going to be very strict, tightly organized, a highly military organization, focusing on Earth mostly, perhaps trying to re-establish contact with extra-dimensional assets. If the dimensional anomaly didn't happen, they will be much more utopian, going out there, trying to find the new, the incredible wonders of the universe, supporting the vast space-based infrastructure that all the conventions utilize. The default is kind of in the middle, where they're still reeling from heavy losses and trying to sort of restructure and refocus themselves as a more pragmatic, a little less idealistic organization. They're kind of like Starfleet and Star Trek, where they have like a military structure, but fundamentally understand themselves to be more of a civilian organization, where hierarchy is not necessarily a religion, but a matter of being, practical. They'd probably be in the process of rebuilding as much as possible of what was lost during the dimensional anomaly, and also looking at how the dimensional anomaly changed the various other dimensions. They are perhaps the most alienated, haha pun intended, of the conventions, what with the nature of their mission usually taking place far away from the front lines. Many of them deal with aliens, be they like umbral spirits or actual aliens, more often than they do with regular people. The people that they are out there trying to protect. Many Void engineers actually kind of see Earth as a lost cause and are considering just leaving, just fucking off, whether the rest of humanity follows along or not. They see consensus more like a cyst around this very particular place in the universe, and what it does is it protects the narrow minds of regular people, and sometimes, depending on who you fucking ask, the narrow minds of technocratic leadership. But it needs to be cut open. The pus needs to drain out of it so it can heal. They tend to recruit, obviously, from astronauts, which pretty much everyone who has ever been to space, the people you see on the news, all the famous astronauts, they're all extraordinary citizens of the Void Engineers. But that does make for a rather narrow pool. There's not actually all that many astronauts out there, so they also look for all kinds of military types, especially Navy and Air Force people. The Void Engineer Marine Corps is actually the first line of defense against all types of alien incursions, and they are quite formidable. Scientists, they're like those with an obvious focus on astrophysicists, biologists, geographers, but really all kinds. Engineers, also, very obviously, it's in the name. And this very particular type of person, in modern days most commonly found among artists, who were just sort of born into the wrong era. Because there's really not that much left to explore within the bounds of generally agreed upon consensus. But these people are just born explorers. They need to go out there to explore in order to be happy. In the face of the hard collectivism of Iteration X and the NWO, and the decadent individualism of the Syndicate and the Progenitors, the Void Engineers seek to walk a middle path where you need to adhere to certain strictures that are there for a good reason, but are otherwise encouraged to be yourself. With the grand exception that almost nobody can still be in touch with their old life. Something pretty much unique to the Void Engineers is that extraordinary citizens who are not enlightened mages can rise to pretty much any rank and position. In other conventions, this does not, very rarely one will get up to middle management. Enlightenment or no, If you're a Void engineer and you have seen what a Void engineer has seen, you are part of the blessed and cursed few. They are considered the most extraordinary of the extraordinary citizens because they have witnessed the kinds of things that enlightened members of other conventions cannot even imagine. Which leads me to a cool tidbit, actually.
I'm getting distracted by my cats. They won't leave me alone. They okay, yes, hi Whisper. Hi. She climbed up on my shoulder and is rubbing her face against me. But then she keeps looking at her bag of cat treats. They're all trying to get their treats.
Okay, if you want to go give them treats real quick.
It's like, oh, they all perk up and they come running. Holy shit, fucking psychos. Can you hear them going nuts?
No, actually, I can't. I don't hear them meowing at all.
My noise gate must be blocking it.
It's doing its job then.
Psychos. They're all pigging out now.
Actually, the Void engineers have like therapists on staff, psychologists that they give people actual sort of psychotherapy, slots of which are popular with members of all kinds of conventions, because I'm talking actual real therapy, not like social processing, attunement, magical brainwashing. Oh, real honest to God, let's actually talk about your issues and help you deal with the stuff that you've experienced type psychotherapy. When it comes to foci, a Void engineer focus is rarely going to be subtle and will usually involve all kinds of hyper-technology and weird alien shit. But it doesn't really matter if it's vulgar, because unless you're talking about a very specific subset of agents that operates surgically on the front lines to get rid of stuff that slipped the net, they're way beyond the bounds of consensus anyway. So they get to use every kind of technology that they can dream up, especially of the strange hypertech variety. Spaceships, sensors, satellites, weird astronomical models, and sort of high-end holographic orreries. There's a lot more freedom too in the kinds of cosmological models that you get to subscribe to than you might expect, and a lot of room.
Why does it sound a little too much like Doctor Who?
Weird shit that exists out there. If you find this strange mineral that cannot be
Doctor
found
Who
on
would
Earth
actually be
somewhere out
something
there, and
like,
you really believe that using it to fuel
something a little different.
I mean, his sonic screwdriver would be a foci.
Yeah.
That's why they each have a different one, because it doesn't really matter the shape it takes, it's just the focus that they're using.
Now you understand how focus work, yep.
Spaceship will make your spaceship go faster than light. Your spaceship will go faster than light. Some of the rather more conventional
Paint it red, it'll go faster.
include education and training, by which I mean like the belief that you have learned this protocol, you have learned how to deal with this situation, and thus you can make the magic happen that is required to deal with the situation. Spacesuits, of course, and all their fancy gimmicks, all other types of cool astronaut fashion. Yes, I am indeed naked underneath this. And let's not discount the good old sailor superstitions. Management may not like it, but the fact remains that if you adhere to certain rules and protocols and perform certain seemingly meaningless rituals before departure, your voyage will be blessed with good luck. Void engineer methodologies include the Border Corps Division, which maintains outposts just on the other side of the gauntlet of our reality to monitor for potential incursions and fight them before they can cross over at all. Sometimes that means just buying the rest of the technocracy a few more minutes to prepare. The Earth Frontier Division, which focuses on unlocking the secrets of the various unexplored areas of Earth, and the Pan-Dimensional Corps that has all the spaceships with which they go to far-off distant galaxies. And, you know, not to cut this unnecessarily short or anything, that's it. That is the technocracy. Obviously, there's still a fuck ton left of discuss, but with all of my World of Darkness lore videos, the point is really to help you get a sense of the basics so you can understand all the details as you go do your own exploration of this immense setting. And always remember, much of the stuff you'll read is not set in stone, so if you like it, use it. If you don't like it, don't use it. Thank you very much for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, share this.
In the end, that's what really matters.
You know what? Fuck it. Spam them. Don't actually spam them. Don't do it. Consider supporting me on Patreon or Subscribestar, buying some of my merchandise or my short story collection. Maybe soon I'll get to say buy my novel too. Who knows? And in that spirit, I wear this outfit just for the recording. Just so you know, when I wear an outfit, you know I record over several days. I'm not wearing the same outfit over several days. I'm just putting it on for the recording. And see you around, cunts.
Oh, he's great, man. He's great.
God, how long ago was this one? Shit.
This one came out recently, 5 months ago.
He's got
his new microphone already. Yep.
I was thinking about something, and now I fucking drew a blank. Like my chair has been creaking, and I'm planning on getting a new chair when we get our tax return.
Nice.
And I was looking at chairs, and I saw one that I think I'm gonna get. It was like $500 though.
Oh shit! Is it like a secret lab or special lab? I forget what they're called.
No, it's not even a gaming chair. It's an office chair, but it's made for big and tall with an 800-pound weight limit.
Oh damn! Okay, good.
With a giant thick cushion seat. Now, the way I see it is, it's because I'm disabled and I'm in the chair all the time, and I have yet to find a comfortable chair. Like they're great at first, but they always wear down. This one was like, that's not wearing down. I was like, I want it just because it's comfortable. I'm going to sit in that thing all day. I need something that's not going to go, my ass hurts from sitting.
I mean, I think that's totally understandable. That makes sense.
I've gone cheap before. You know what? Every gaming chair I've got has broken in less than a year. Even ones when I tried getting better quality and look for stuff that's at like a couple $100, they've all broken in less than a year. The office chairs I bought, they're just made like simple office stuff, last way longer, but still not quite what I'm looking for. This one I was like, it's $500, but I love it.
as long as it's gonna help you, man. I mean, that's what's important.
Yeah, it's made for like specifically for like big and tall, and I mean I'm already like a 6 foot tall guy, but sitting in a chair all day, I was looking at that cushion. I was like, oh.
I don't blame you, man.
Like my ass was like, get it, I'm dying.
So I actually have like an opposite theory about that because I have I used to have a really comfortable like recliner. It was like a recliner gaming chair, but I just say recliner because it was pretty big and like reclinery. Anyways, and it was too comfortable. Like I would sit in there and I would lose all motivation because I was too comfortable, and I would end up falling asleep and not get anything done that day. So I had to get rid of it and go back to a piece of shit chair because it was comfortable enough, and I was never in a point where I was like being like, I just put my head back and. But in my other chair, in the recliner one, that would happen all the time. I put my head back for a second. And it was getting so bad, I'll be honest, I thought I had narcolepsy. Because I was just dozing off randomly, but it was just so comfortable.
Well, the one difference is you're mobile, I'm not.
No, yeah, I totally
You can get up and walk around. I'm used to being stuck in a chair. Now it's like my ass hurts right now because I moved my setup to the living room and sat in a dining room at the dining table on a dining chair. Yeah, I can see how that would get old real fucking quick. I used to have that set up back in college. Not getting a new chair, stuck with the dining table chair, the kitchen table chair. Been there. We were also talking, at one point I was using my bath chair.
Yeah. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, yeah.
And who decides this?
Wait, let me introduce the video. Okay, Burger Krieg, Alex Jones was right. about evil wizards, Mage the Ascension lore. This is supposed to be about Marauders and Fandy.
Humans try things I'm not allowed to say in the first 30 seconds of a video because everyone in the world lives in America. The trope of the evil wizard is as old as time itself. It appears in folk and fairy tales from the very beginning of civilization. It's baked into fantasy fiction, certainly.
I do have a desk with a gaming chair, but my brother is always in his room being loud or asleep, so I have to
personally contest that. Is it a product of piety, of the wish to be free of tyrants, of anti-intellectualism? Who cares? Jesus Christ. It's a villain. What more do you want? Maybe it's the fucking misled good guy. Power.
That was the benefit of getting my own house, was that I could make my own rules. I'm like, this is my house. I put my desk and my chair where I fucking want them, because it's my house. I tell you to shut up, you shut up. Granted, having kids, that shut up part doesn't work, but
I used to when I was younger, like in my college days, I had my own place. I was fortunate enough to get one early on, and you know, we have tabletop games there and whatever, right? And what I used to love telling people at the end of the night was, "Get the fuck out of my house." And people would laugh and be like, "Ha ha 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 ha!" Like, no, I'm serious. I'm telling you, get the fuck out of my house. I want to go to sleep. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, you're planning on renting a flat? Well, enjoy. I miss the days when we didn't have to worry about fucking needing to have a roommate and shit. But that's why I bought a house. It's like, it was cheaper to buy the fucking house than to fucking pay rent. The rent was so fucking high. The mortgage was cheaper than the rent. I was like, fuck. It's insane. Oh, god damn it.
Hungry. Something like that. Corrupted, maybe. Deal with the demon, you know, it corrupts you, it does black magic, summons corpses, that kind of thing. He steals...
Nothing wrong with that.
Abducts maidens and twinks, because that's what the plot needs him to do as a villain. Come on, let's get a move on here. There's a plot we need to get to. And look, I'm not gonna knock something that works, but I do like a little more depth to my villains. And especially the evil wizard is sort of an archetype that has taken center stage when it comes to evil mages, when there's really a whole bunch of other ways to go about it. Much like Mage the Ascension can expand our mind as to what a wizard can be, it does some of its most interesting work when it comes to exploring the concept of evil. So even if you are, for some reason, here, even though you don't play any Mage or World of Darkness games at all, if you're here to maybe not even play any kind of game, maybe you're more of a writer or a world builder, stick around. A lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about in this video is going to expand your horizons too. It's going to be full of ideas that you can use in whatever setting you want. Don't make a video about magic systems,
but it'll just be me living in it. I don't need a place big as a house.
That are the Mage rulebooks, I guess. And if you clicked on this because it says Alex Jones in the title,
their own.
Hello.
I'm just saying, cost affordability.
There will be an Alex Jones
I don't care if I was the only one living in my house. If it was more affordable than renting.
It actually is in the video. But this isn't about conspiracy theories. We're talking about the lore of World of Darkness, which is a pen and paper TTRPG. It's a role-playing game, or rather a whole range of role-playing games set in an alternate version of our world, where like vampires and monsters are real. But none of that is
I have to mute for just
real.
a moment.
It's made up.
I'm here.
Please
I'm just
do
muting.
not believe it. I do not believe it. That's not what this video
Are
is
you there,
about.
Max, or did I lose you?
Because it's happened to me before, right? On my short story channel, who is Betty, there's sort of
I'll wait for a moment.
A creepypasta called The Evolutionary Reason for the Uncanny Valley. And for whatever reason...
I think we lost Max. I see your head bouncing, so there's some audio coming through, but you're not... I'm not hearing you. Nope, still not getting anything. Oh, wait, I heard a sound.
All right, sorry about that.
Oh, I didn't realize you stepped away.
Oh, no, yeah, I said I'm going to have to step away for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. That's fine. I'm going to play the video. I got to mute myself, though, for a minute.
Yeah, go for it.
it's become sort of a haven, a hotbed, very popular with people who believe what it says. Like, they are genuinely engaging with it, and they're like, oh, this scientist, I looked his name up and he doesn't appear anywhere. It's like, yes, because he's fake. It's a short story. It's not a real thing. It
doesn't exist.
Anyway,
it doesn't matter.
Most wizards and most entities in World of Darkness in general are morally ambiguous. It's kind of part of the whole setting. Often evil is a matter of perspective, and even when it kind of isn't, it still kind of is. At the very least, the wizard doing the evil things will have some sort of justification for them. This is not really the case with Marauders, and it definitely isn't the case with Nefandi. As a quick content warning, this section of the video deals heavily with themes of derealization and a loss of a grip on reality. It deals with the category of crazy people, of like as a group, as a label, and insanity in a similar way. And if those things are things that you're sensitive about, you might want to take a break every once in a while. You can just hit the pause button. I will be right here. Madness is always a danger to me.
It's a pretty dark.
Their very existence is predicated on the denial of consensual reality, and understanding that what sleepers believe is real is not necessarily real, and you can change it if you have the will and the right tools. Unfortunately, this also requires belief in those alternative tools and paradigms, and perhaps more than anyone else, mages are constantly confronted with realities that directly oppose theirs. It's not just that their vision of the universe diverges from the consensual real world they usually reside in. All the other mages they know also have their own ideas, and these mages see those made manifest also. It's not a stretch to believe that the awareness that reality is subjective might make it difficult for you to keep your grip on said reality, which is why some mages slip into a state of insanity that breaks them. It turns them into marauders. Mages who don't just break consensus, but supplant it altogether. They walk around with a sort of reality bubble around them that adheres to their personal ideas of what reality is. And as they move through the world, things enter those bubbles and change to become compliant with their personal paradigm. Cars become horse-drawn carriages, birds become government spy robots, curtains sing Nina Simone, and human souls divest into ethereal clouds of smoke. And when they leave, everything goes back to normal again, as though nothing had happened at all. Some say that marauders have simply achieved enlightenment before they were ready for their ascension. And are we really to say that they're wrong? Is your vision of the world actualizing wherever you go not the ultimate goal of a mage? Is it not their ultimate personal paradise, but it's everywhere? Marauders are dangerous not because they're malignant, but because they are out-of-control reality benders. Usually just changing things around in a way that violates consensus would lead to paradox backlash. And it does with Marauders too. Consensus is not happy about a bubble of alternate reality pushing its way through its guts. Like an acrid fart, it's not really something that Consensus enjoys. But instead of hitting the Marauder, the paradox backlash hits other mages and entities around them. So while mages tend to try to hunt and get rid of Marauders, they have to be careful not to be sent to reality prison in a kangaroo court case of mistaken identity. Of course, you don't have to be a marauder for your grip on reality to become a problem. Mages are always at risk of succumbing to a state of mind known as quiet, which is not always necessarily very quiet, in which they lose their grip on what is real and what is part of their magical paradigm. This can happen as paradox backlash, or in moments of great stress, distress, or cataclysmic realizations of some sort of deeper truth, which is something that mages do a lot. And it's a sliding scale. It's not a binary thing where, like, at first the mage becomes a bit more eccentric and delusional in ways that no one, especially not they themselves, might immediately notice. It progresses through irrational shifts in personality and minor manifestations of their hallucinatory impressions, known as hobgoblins, to them ultimately becoming walking sources of paradox.
I love hobgoblins, and I hate hobgoblins
things
at the same time.
all around them. At this point, I should mention, without the benefit of being immune to paradox backlash. That is, by the way, one of the main reasons that magical paradigms and traditions exist in the first place. It's not
That's the
that
whole reason why
mages lack
people
the
want
imagination to shape the world in novel
to
ways
play Marauders,
entirely
and why it's always a
according
bad
to their
idea
will.
for them to
It's
do
that
it.
being predisposed to a certain already
Oh, to play a Marauder.
Why is it a bad idea?
You'd have to go back maybe a couple of seconds.
Okay.
If you want, no worries. I mean, go back a little
Just
bit
do a
more.
lot. And it's a sliding scale. It's not a binary thing where, like, at first the mage becomes a bit more eccentric and delusional in ways that no one, especially not they themselves, might immediately notice. It progresses through irrational shifts in personality and minor manifestations of their hallucinatory impressions, known as hobgoblins, to them ultimately becoming walking sources of paradox that just sort of manifests things all around them. At this point, I should mention, without the benefit of being immune to paradox backlash. That is, by the way, one of the main reasons that magical paradigms and traditions exist in the first place. It's not that mages lack the imagination to shape the world in novel ways entirely according to their will. It's that
I've always found that the biggest problem where people generally don't grasp the mage, and I'm speaking in regards to my own experience as well, but I've seen it with other people. The reason why they don't understand mage, and you might be in the same camp, Bonesy. I'm not, not to cast shade or whatever, is because when you were first initially introduced to the game, and by you, I'm talking about the royal you, paradigm was not properly emphasized, and it's one of those things where it's like, well, it's not really that's not really that important. It's not really part of the game. And it's like, no, that's the complete opposite. Paradigm is probably more important than anything else on your character sheet. Because your paradigm defines how your magic works and why your magic works. Not what you can do, but how and why it does what it does. Very similar to like every World of Darkness game has a thing called a concept, and I'm sure you've read this at some point where they're like, oh, your concept is basically what's the idea behind your character. If you could play your character just based on the concept, like how an actor's given a little drabble about it to make it their own, could you do it? Just looking on that, no stats, no skills, no disciplines, no gifts, no whatever. Just based on the concept, could you roleplay this character for an evening? Let's say at a LARP or something, right?
Okay.
And if the answer is no, then it's a bad character concept. If the answer is yes, then it's a good character concept. So take that idea of a concept, but then apply it to your magical practice as far as how does your magic work the way it works? And once paradigm is properly understood and explained, all the other pieces of Mage Ascension fall into place.
To be honest, I think paradigm is the thing I had the biggest problem with.
Yep, you see, I'm not to sound like a jackass, but you see, I was right. Yeah, I was like, that's probably the thing that you missed, because most people glaze over it because they're like, oh, it's not important. It's the most important from my perspective.
I still don't get it.
Well, I can explain it to you after the video.
It's fine.
Being predisposed to a certain already extant alternate worldviews, becoming part of a society built around those views, is a safeguard. For mages, a loss of reality means nothing compared to sleepers. But groups, however informal, check one another with the reinforcement of their alternative consensus. Unfortunately, like many things that exist to keep us safe, this creates a huge amount of conflict and suffering as well. As with so many things in the world of darkness, there are three major flavors of quiet that align with, you guessed it, the metaphysical triad: dynamism, stasis, entropy. Mages in their worldview are immensely diverse, so what each of the quiet types means includes a lot of variance. But they can all be sort of categorized as one of these three because Well, maybe it's because we want to do that, maybe because we need to categorize them somehow. Dynamism is represented by naturally the most common type of madness, which asserts a different reality through your subconscious. The world is different than how it appears because it is missing the elements of your paradigm, and so you will just perceive them, and eventually they will just show up because they are there. It's everyone else who's in denial about their existence. Madness also comes with severe emotional instability and mood swings as you are drawn in and out of various degrees of reality. Aspects of your mind will get excited about knowing that what you believe is true, and then lament a moment later that what you believe seems to not be true after all. And these powerful emotional states will bleed into the rest of you. Stasis is represented by the more uncommon denial, also known as clarity. Instead of asserting things about the world, your mind instead denies anything that isn't congruent with your particular worldview. Initially, certain conclusions and thoughts that would seem obvious become impossible to imagine. Things that don't fit into your paradigm are replaced with whatever the closest equivalent to them is. But over time, those things either get deleted from your perception, which is a problem for you if there's like a 4.5-ton mechanized cyber rhinoceros charging your way that you can't see. Not a great place to be in, usually. Or they become a problem for everyone else when people's spells selectively stop working. Can also be both. You'd think that might be useful in suppressing deviant magic, but not even the technocracy uses this kind of quiet in their operations because it is completely unpredictable and as liable to mess up your allies as it is your enemies. Finally, entropy is represented by the rarest of them all, thankfully, morbidity. Despite its rarity, it's perhaps the most feared and cautioned against among entropists specifically, but it can really happen to anyone. Where madness affirms and denial, well, denies, morbidity disintegrates, rejects, decays belief in reality and its paradigms. It brings destructive forces like violence and death to the fore, as qualms and rules evaporate, and things that were once meaningful are now just emotional vestiges to a newborn nihilist. Being beings of belief in their own reality, the rejection thereof creates a huge amount of terror in mages, which they may not entirely be aware of, but which they have to alleviate somehow. Early stages are often characterized by distrust and paranoia, perhaps even doubling down on the legitimacy and sole legitimacy of one's own belief, to the exclusion of everyone else's. Then the destruction begins, driving the mage further and further into extreme acts of depravity, until they eventually abandon all their principles and exist only to harm in the most vile ways imaginable. This is a fast track to becoming a Nefandus, by the way, which we will talk about later, but most Nefandi are not actually crazy. Now, if everyone around you is lucky,
scary thing about
all
them.
of this is just in your head. I mean, literally, you might be trapped in a mindscape inside your head, essentially in a sort of coma, trying to reconcile your inner madness. But a lot of the time, you're wide awake and making it everyone else's problem. Which is kind of good because everyone knows to look out for your descent into madness. Because the thing is, when someone wakes up from a quiet in like a mindscape type scenario, you don't know if they came out a marauder. And that's like not a problem that presents itself here, but you're still a walking reality hazard. If you and or others don't manage to stop your descent into madness, eventually it will reach a point of no return. In Mage 20, this point is when the madness meter exceeds the number 6. At this point, your mind just breaks. The immensity of willpower mages possess becomes irrelevant. You are irrevocably shattered.
Reality pushes you out
a marauder.
like a poop.
Even if the strength of your quiet diminishes and you become more in touch with baseline reality, your mind is broken and fundamentally delusional. You will never be normal again. Many marauders are actually quite lucid, even clever with the nature of their delusion. able to pretend that they are perfectly fine. It's not at all uncommon for marauders to be aware of the fact that others think they're crazy. And it can be very frustrating to know that everyone else is just incapable of seeing the truth. But you still have your agenda, so you'll have to be smart and keep quiet about it. Since mages tend to be highly eccentric, even some of the marginally louder marauders can sometimes fly under the radar. Usually what happens is that these broken mages begin practicing a wackier, alternate form of their original paradigm that often includes elements which are illogical in that paradigm. An enlightened medical doctor might take to using dead body parts as a new focus because the dead cannot be harmed by injury or disease. A Shaolin ascetic might begin heavily indulging in drugs as a means to sharpen their focus. A forest druid might begin polluting the land in order to make the pollution into something natural. Some of these things are things any mage might just try. You'd need to know these people well to see how that is completely contrary to their nature. Another thing that might clue you in is that marauders are often able to create certain effects that they should not be capable of. The according mage simply does not know enough about the spheres needed to manifest a certain effect, but they manifest the effect anyway. They just do it. There's not necessarily any logic to this. It's not like they can sometimes ignore a minor sphere. They would need to cast a certain spell, or that it's like rarer with spells that are completely outside of their enlightenment bailiwick. They sometimes just do things that are in line with their paradigm. It's entirely unreliable, but it happens. On the flip side, marauders are limited in the level of power that they can achieve. They do, of course, still grow and learn, but the most powerful mages need to reconcile concepts entirely paradoxical to how they and everyone view the world. And a marauder's twisted perception of reality simply isn't capable of doing that. Not that it's really a concern for them. Most marauders are either hunted or evicted from reality into deep umbral realms and sort of disappear into strange worlds where even daring mages fear to tread. So perhaps that is the best place for them to be. Perhaps that is where they can find true enlightenment. Because their power to change reality doesn't...
But now, if they're all sent into, say, the Deep Umbra, wouldn't that mean they start to multiply after a certain point?
No. I mean, the answer is yes, but no, not the way you're thinking.
Okay.
It's because there's... Let me see if I can actually bring this up. Because it's the easiest way that I can think of to explain it without having to get like too esoteric. If I can just show you like...
Well.
Which it sounds really weird to say, like, get so esoteric about, like, a fictional game, but, you know, whatever.
Well, you could just give a brief description.
Well, it's because, like, here you go. This is a good one. I'm going to send it to you in the chat real quick.
Mm.
Where did my window go? There it is. Yeah. Come on, Discord, load. There we go.
Yeah, get to it, Discord.
I hate when it chugs. Chug a look a dug dug. Okay. I'll send it to you right here.
Okay. Look at that. Okay.
If you want to show it on chat or not, it's entirely up to you. But basically, the way it works is the real world is kind of like one side of the coin, and then it just keeps going progressively worse and worse and worse. So, like, you know, the underworld, the spirit worlds, where like when a werewolf crosses into the Umbra, that's where they go. They go up instead of down. Down leads to the Shadowlands. You get to the astral reaches and so forth. It just keeps going and going and going. The Horizon realms are usually where alternate realities are. But then when you get into ether space and worse, the deep Umbra, this is basically think of it like an infinity symbol, except where the world is, like our material world, that's where the infinity symbol connects. So when a marauder gets pushed out of reality, they just get pushed off into infinity, and by proxy out into oblivion, never to return. So it's like, would that make a multiply? Yeah, but they're never going to be seen from again, type of thing. So they can multiply as much as they want, but it doesn't, like, they're never coming back.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. As much as this game can make sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me, but I played it like inside, upside, downside. Yeah.
I'm talking game mechanics versus real world, like.
Diminish out there. They are just completely shielded from all paradox now, and all they encounter submits to their localized reality. They may not even be aware that they have left the real world behind centuries ago. Aside from being strongly flavored by the type of quiet that turned them into a marauder, there are two additional categories they fall into. As is often the case with mental health issues, you have to come up with broad categories because what you're trying to taxonomize is too diverse and idiosyncratic. However, with some notable exceptions, these two map pretty neatly onto whether a quiet was loud or, quiet. Internal marauders, also known as perceptual marauders, are those quiet ones. They don't do a lot of reality warping, it's only their private perception that is warped. And they tend to be the most keenly aware that others don't see things this way. So while there is little danger of them bending everything to their localized consensus, though the danger is never zero, they are quite good at fitting in and slowly shaping the people around them to their personal ideas, which are, of course, utter madness. But they're infectious. Mages are susceptible to this, but sleepers are even more so. And consider that all the organizations do include sleepers, often sorcerers or extraordinary citizens who know some basic procedural magic. And forget about organizations that were in a marauder's control in the first place. They will change how those sleepers see the world, often intentionally, as marauders will sometimes stop at nothing to bring people around to their view of things. If left undetected over time, they can change the whole way major organizations work. The other type of marauder is the external marauder, also known as an actualized marauder. They will change the world around themselves wherever they go and follow agendas beyond anyone's understanding. As a threat, they're much more overt, because though the changes their presence creates do revert to their original state, effects they manifest obviously do not, and they are utterly unconcerned with paradox. So not only can they do as they please, the paradox backlash does double damage to the world around them as well. They're not all cataclysmic wrecking balls, right? Some exist in a consensus not unlike everyone else's, a world pretty similar to our own, where perhaps humans are ultimately just animals with no impulse control.
Okay, but then where does the paradox go? It hits the world around them, not them? Because I was like, how would they survive?
That's what I was going to tell you, because you missed that part because you had to step away. So, marauders incur massive amounts of paradox, but because they exist in a quiet, which is like a pocket reality, that overlaps with a real reality, all the paradox that they incur basically bounces off them and affects other mages. They essentially take the fall for it, which is why marauders are severely hunted down, but also why everyone always wants to play a marauder, because people are like, oh, I want to play that. I don't have to worry about paradox. No, it's wrong. It's quite the opposite. Reality is going to shit you out like a turd.
I still think it sounds fun.
Oh, so no, I'm not saying it's not fun. That's not what I'm saying.
Enjoying some soggy fries. Those two complete strangers next to them will just start fucking on the table. Those two rival football fan groups will beat the shit out of each other. And the employee back there who hates himself because he works at Macca's will dip his face in hot oil as punishment. More like Mad Donald's. Am I right? To them, of course, this is entirely normal. The whole world is like this. When they leave, those behavioral tendencies will no longer be there, but all the things that happened because of them will still have happened. At that point, it might have been better if they had just believed everything in the universe is made of cheese, because at least then everybody would have left the McDonald's pretty much unharmed. Maybe the people in the kitchen would have melted a little bit. That would have been unfortunate. Though consensus knits itself back together pretty diligently, often erasing all evidence of what has happened, which is why you don't see any photographs of Santa's sleigh, even though the milk and cookies are gone, it can still be deeply traumatic for the people who experience them. Especially if those people are mages and can actually remember the experience with great clarity, as opposed to just like blurred and bizarre memories easily attributed to some other state of intoxication. That can bring those mages into their own quiet, or perhaps worse, awaken potential sleepers straight into Crazy Town with little to no guidance. This is one of the ways that, like, unions of marauders form. Not to fight capital, but to, like, you know, social units. They obviously have no organized society. Their categorization is entirely an external thing. There's no, like, shared marauder identity. Most marauders would reject that label and exist entirely within their own reality anyway. But they do sometimes work together and amass cults and followings, often because they confront people with this alternate reality and it just snaps them straight out of consensus. Sometimes they can work together because the nature of their delusion is similar enough. They agree on enough things for them to recognize that though the others are wrong about some of the stuff, they are, by and large, more understanding of the truth than most. It's like how conspiracy theorists, who like don't believe all the conspiracies, but respect and work with others who believe in some level of conspiracy. When that happens, we call it a cabal. Some marauders...
Okay, so now I get why Scientology are marauders.
No, I think they would be more nefandous, and you'll see why in a bit.
Okay.
Although I could totally see Scientologists recruiting marauders and using them as like I'll say hit marks, and not in the like mechanical sense, but in the way of like attack assassins.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Created by the same experience, though not always. This can also happen as like the beliefs of various marauders, especially those in a cabal, are like influenced by one another and eventually sort of they line up. They don't agree among each other at all anymore. They're just the only ones who understand. In which case, we call this a fusion. And it can be quite dangerous, because these marauders sometimes share an almost telepathic link with one another. They may even be actually trying to induct new people into their fusion. On especially rare occasions, something even crazier happens. Marauders work together while being completely unaware of each other, perhaps even diametrically opposed in their goals and worldview. They each follow their own crazy plan, and somehow, through the force of mad synchronicity, they can achieve some particular goal they are often unaware of themselves, something greater than the sum of its parts. Usually when that happens, there is some other deeper marauder involved, one who has learned to comprehend the strings of madness and to direct others of their kind. These are excessively rare, luckily, but the technocracy and traditions are always on the lookout for them. Unfortunately, they completely defy rational understanding, both in the way they think and in the way they do actually manipulate those other marauders. It's something you need to be crazy to understand, and apparently among the crazy, there are just some wise enough to know what makes the others tick. There's a surprisingly great number of marauders that you can find in media if you, like, interpret everything through a WoD lens. Patrick Bateman, for instance, is clearly an internal marauder. The Pyro from Team Fortress 2, right? Tim, aka Jimmy Sisko from Misfits, you know, the video game guy, him as well. As for externals, you might say Jobu Tupaki from Everything Everywhere All at Once is a powerful example. Freddy Krueger, but he does live in the dreaming. And also Project Moloch from Dirk Gently, who luckily focuses on the creation of umbral planes on account of being heavily sedated. I also have some in-universe WoD examples, and because various books on Mage and Marauders already have a few of these characters for you, I'm gonna give you a few more, entirely of my own creation, to give you an
Yeah,
idea
he comes up with
as to
some
what
really
a
great
marauder
ones.
can be. I'm not
Okay.
officially affiliated with World of Darkness in any capacity, so none of this is remotely canon. It's just my World of Darkness. First, we will talk about madness-type marauders, where an example for an internal one could be Weibsviech, a genuine creature by her own definition who stalks the forests of East Germany. An old coven of verbenists in western Poland will tell you of a young witch named Annegret, who decades ago was concerned with the encroachment of more and more construction on the wilderness. She was a recluse, so nobody knows exactly when she went mad, but she most certainly did. In her belief system, humans and the products of human civilization have no soul. They are empty vessels attempting to colonize the natural world and eliminate its spirits. But Weibsviech herself isn't actually human. She has the soul of an animal, and she must fortify the wilderness against the invasion and repel those who would exploit it. In her mind, there is no meaningful distinction between humans, cars, and houses, just as there is no distinction between rabbits, trees, and lakes. There are only two forces: life and empty. One of the good things about this is that a lot of the time, the mayhem she causes is property damage, because that's as good as killing people. One of the bad things is that she's also very good at killing people. Being highly proficient with the life sphere, she is a cunning shapeshifter who constantly alters her appearance, readily switching between looking like an innocuous house cat to a giant bison bear with porcupine spikes. She may even appear human for a while, always as part of some ruse. She never speaks, though, because as an animal, she doesn't understand speech. She perceives it as a sort of alien telepathy. She also riles up and empowers nature spirits, leading to very localized but nonetheless devastating natural catastrophes. Her madness has been bleeding into these spirits and all the life in the forest. For years now, from the wind to the wolves to the fish, the forests of East Germany are often suicidally hostile toward the forces of humanity. It's no accident that the Red Talons have become so empowered in the heart of Europe over the last few years. Many of the more nature-oriented Garu consider her a powerful ally, though they can only guess as to what she is. Other tribes, like the Glasswalkers, see her as an absolute fucking menace. Perhaps the most frustrating thing for those who have attempted to hunt her down, those who survived the attempt at least, is that she seems to have, excessively easy access to disappear into the Umbra, specifically the umbral dimension of the infinite primordial forest, which always stirs itself up in her defense. This problem also explains why she's been sighted all over the world. She does seem to be circling Berlin, though, as she always has, and recently those circles have been getting tighter and tighter. A more external madness-type marauder might be the man known as Odinos, perhaps the greatest stain on the reputation of the Order of Hermes in Greece today. Back when it was known as Chrysanthos Pagoneas III, he was the leader of a small but important chantry located on Salamina Island. The focus of his research lay in divine beings and their associated powers. In other words, he was trying to bind and control the gods. Not just Greek gods, but all kinds of pagan gods, who are of course real, being constructs of the human imagination, and reside in various realms of the Umbra. Even among Hermetics, his approach was a bit frowned upon, mainly because of the dangers involved in such unorthodoxy. Not necessarily its grandiosity, it's very Hermetic. But he was a charismatic guy, a good leader, and a capable administrator. He succeeded beyond his wildest expectations in a ritual to summon and bind the Germanic god Odin, or some version of him, who ended up willingly undergoing castration, so that the Hermetic, who had always been a bit insecure about his own lack of virility, could consume the castrated bits. The problem with eating a god's dick and balls is that you get blasted with so much power, your mind might break. And this guy had already been obsessive about this particular project, to the extent that some of his colleagues were sounding some maybe a little too quiet alarm bells. He was out a few days, comatose, and then he returned and everything was fine. After all, Father had returned. Yes, so basically, consuming the Allfather's genitals made the Allfather aspect of that deity imprint on him. And so he believes he is the literal biological father of every single person alive and dead. And wherever he goes, all
Who's your
those
daddy?
people believe
That
it too.
guy.
And because he's ostensibly a very nice guy, they love him for it. So he's been touring the world, treated like a beloved family member wherever he goes. People will do him favors. He will do favors for them, often involving the pagan deities of the area, which appear as genuine people with immense power wherever he is. And they too think he is their beloved father. In many ways, his consensus bubble is constantly evolving as he learns more about this or that mythology, though his education on the matter is already quite extensive, and the exact rules depend on the cultural sphere he believes he is moving in. As you can imagine, this creates a huge amount of problems that Adinos feels entirely not responsible for, but the thing is that he's very hard to get rid of.
Entirely
because he's
unresponsible
just so
for.
damn likable, and he's your dad. Not the one who went out to get cigarettes, but your other dad, who is also your beloved father. How could you say no to him? Moving on to the denial type of marauder, Overseer VVZ, often pronounced VVZ for those who know her personally, is the designation for an iterator intelligence handler embedded deep within the Void engineers to fight one of the greatest threats the technocracy has ever encountered. Her real name is Vasilisa Vadimovna Zaslavskaya, once an
Holy
elite
shit.
Czechist intelligence agent in the Soviet
The hell of
Union's
a fucking
Committee
name.
for State Security, also known
Yep.
as the KGB. Her job was specifically to mathematically discover internal threats in the apparatus and eliminate them.
Speaking of the KGB,
Uh-huh.
I found out an actual torture technique that the KGB used, and I used it in a game.
Cool.
They would bend someone over a chair and pull their pants down, not to smack their ass, but to take a ruler and swat their balls. I was like, oh my god, that's awful. I need to do that.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Yeah.
And they actually did it. I guess there's proof of the KGB using this as an interrogation technique. It just
I mean, it
swatted
makes
someone
sense.
in the balls. I was like, oh my god. You know, there's some people that would like it, though. I'm assuming they would have to change up their technique.
I would
The
imagine,
entire
yeah.
Soviet Union and its communist ideals were supported within the technocracy primarily by Iteration X, while the Syndicate was more of a fan of capitalism. There was a lot of internal warring about this even within the conventions themselves, and Vasilisa was a true believer in the communist project. But of course, it ultimately failed, caving under the imperialist pressure of capitalism, cynicism in the populace, and the brittleness of its own authoritarian structure that was way too repressive to ever be flexible enough to survive into the future, which she had spilled blood for, and the Union ended up abandoning that project. To deal with all these disillusioned enlightened scientists, primarily among the iterators, a number of programs were put into place to, some might say, brainwash them. One of these programs was to have agents visit Soviet ultra-deep space programs, like mega gulags and luxury retreats for the bureaucratic elite, to convince them that the system was much crueler and more corrupt than they had believed. But the NWO made the mistake of dressing these places up a little bit to just really drive the point home, and Vasilisa, with her analytical mind, noticed the little details that were off. And that made it all look staged, even though it was mostly true. Being in an already agitated, emotional state, feeling deeply betrayed by this organization she had served all her life, she ended up breaking, convinced of her heart of hearts of one thing. Somewhere out there in space, there was a shadow technocracy from a mirror universe that had infiltrated and compromised the Technocratic Union. Because the real Technocratic Union would never have abandoned the communist project. As she was retasked, she formulated a report wherein she called this faction Ugrozza Null, Threat Null. For a few years, not many people paid attention to that. There's a lot of reports out there about weird shit. But eventually, after the dimensional anomaly, the Void engineers finally encountered these people and recruited her as the leading expert for the accounting and analysis of the intelligence gathered. This is even though the WoD engineers are a bit secretive about having encountered Threat Null. She has directed her attention to the front lines, Earth now, fighting her own shadow war on agents that have infiltrated the various conventions, whether they actually have or not. And yes, look, no, Threat Null is actually canon. Threat Null is a canon thing. It's one possible canon at least. I personally don't love it as like a huge thing, but I do still think it's cool. So to me, Threat Null is like the paranoid delusions of Overseer VVZ, which have infected enough other technocrats that they see them now in the shadows too. So it was only a matter of time before that's what makes
Marauders scary. Their madness can be infectious.
Well, that's because it makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
It's infectious because sometimes it's just crazy enough to make it sense to other people.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Example of just how bad things can get when there is a marauder in your midst and nobody knows about it. An external type of denial marauder could be Chanshe He Duyi, a Zen monk who was once considered an
He's making up these names to be difficult on purpose.
With an intuitive grasp of the concept of oneness underlying all existence. What in the common parlance between traditions might be referred to as prime. The problem is that He Duyi, deep in meditation about the nature of Zen, made a startling discovery. This concept of oneness was actually, it turns out, bullshit. It wasn't true. It was complete nonsense, utterly made up. And all the philosophy and thought, all like reality, was built fundamentally on a lie. He tried talking to his peers, they disagreed. He tried talking to his masters, they kindly nudged him toward the idea that he was actually wrong. He even tried talking to those who considered themselves his students, but they couldn't even fathom a concept such as the one he was proposing. He was utterly alone with this crushing realization, this incontrovertible fact that everyone else just sort of seemed to ignore. No one was able to help him or convince him otherwise. And after a time, he kept more and more quiet about it, even though it became clearer to him every day. He started seeing it in all the world, the fundamental separateness of all things. Oil and water don't mix, people miscommunicate, things are forced together by the will of construction, but they eventually always fall apart because they don't want to be together. Desperate for answers, he left the path of pure experience and sought literature and other philosophies, discovering, to his great horror, that according to Western physicists, everything is atoms. And they never touch each other. They're tiny little things. And most of it is just empty space. It all drove
This is clever. That's
it started happening more and more until the whole world dissolved around it. These days, He Duyi is a walking nexus of disassembly. On his sane days, discrete categories of things become separated within the spaces that they occupy. And the order of that discreteness depends on the depth of his madness. A human might separate into flesh, bone, blood, thought, and spirit, unable to interact with itself at the low end, whereas on his darkest days, He Duyi not only sees the spaces between the atoms, but realizes all structure between them is an illusion as well. It's all just a cloud of matter he moves through because his will exists. Now, because marauder effects are reversed when they leave, this is not quite as destructive as you may fear, especially on the good days. But the deeper the madness, the higher the chance that people are put together in wrong ways that don't quite violate consensus, but that weren't really there before. DNA damage, damage to information in general, is huge wherever he goes, especially if he stays a while. People develop diseases and disabilities, not to mention have their minds shattered and pulled back together. And behind all that, he is still looking for some explanation, for something that is truly one. In this quest, he consciously disassembles things he encounters, looking for something he cannot pull apart. And that is the kind of Humpty Dumpty all the King's census horses cannot put back together again, making He Duyi one of the most dangerous marauders alive today, and almost like untouchable, even by paradox spirits, because they also disintegrate. Moving on to the marauders of morbidity, which many hold up to be the worst kind of them. An internal example might be Hexazoiker, once upon a time known as Goosje van de Voer, a member of the Celestial Chorus whose job it was, ironically, to find and destroy marauders. Not much is known about her biographically, except that she appeared in the North American colonies in the early 1970s, like broad-shouldered, deeply religious Dutch woman, and was coaxed into awakening by choristers because of her immense force of will. She was a respected chorister for 40 years, and much of that time she spent rooting out the threat of marauders across the eastern seaboard, sometimes even working with specialists from the other traditions. The problem was that she had this image in her head of marauders being these like monstrous witches, driven mad by devils, and she held this belief even though she encountered perfectly sane-seeming examples several times and experienced catastrophe and betrayal at the hands of more subtle marauder agents. She became increasingly steely in her quest, her war against the omnipresent threat of marauder witches. She saw them within the choristers just as much as she saw them without, and realized more and more that they were not the exception, but the rule. Almost all of these reality changes were, in fact, marauders, blaspheming against God's perfect creation, and she had to embrace her inner determination to destroy them. Hexazoiker began a campaign of no mercy, making them all pay for what they did, employing agonizing tortures and methods of execution in the name of God's purity. She knew she alone was chosen by God, and he wanted no restrictions on her. So eventually she was not only hunting mages, she was ritually sacrificing pious people, mostly young adults, to absorb their vitality and divine spark so that she may keep going in the fight against evil using evil's own tactics. It was, after all, sanctioned by God. The Defandi tried to recruit her. It didn't go well for them. These days, she has a small organization of witch hunters, religious fanatics fully infected by her delusions and propensity for cruelty, who believe they are on a holy quest to eliminate all stains upon God's perfect creation. And of course, they wear like cool witch hunter outfits, because you know, they have to. An external morbid marauder could be Yamete.
You gotta have cool uniforms.
An unlikely man if ever there was one. His real name is lost to history because it was struck from the records. What is known is that he was an engineer in the Japanese Empire around the late 19th century, one of the country's first enlightened scientists in the modern sense. He'd gotten his hands on technological plans by the Society of Ether that described various powerful new technologies with which the Empire's sphere of influence could be expanded significantly. How exactly he got his hands on those, nobody knows, though it definitely wasn't an attempt by the Etherites to spread their ideas into the emerging Japanese Empire by directing a man's awakening that direction. That would be crazy to suggest such a thing. Yamete became obsessed with constructing a ship that could sail the stars, and he pitched that shit to the Emperor personally, apparently so convincing that he was able to secure funding. So he built it, and it worked. He was far from the first, just the first in Japan to captain a steamship in the ether. The problem was that he was absolutely fucking obsessed with the territorial expansion of the Japanese Empire, loyalty to the Emperor, the purity of the Japanese people. The Etherites could not control him or secure his loyalty in any meaningful sense. He built a whole fleet of these ether ships and started making problems all over the place, acting effectively as an ether pirate. That wasn't his view of things, of course. He thought himself a man of great status and repute at the imperial court, though mostly he was just the emperor's pet, a madman there for personal amusement, whose genius would occasionally produce something interesting and useful, but whom nobody actually believed when he talked about sailing the stars. When the Society of Ether left the technocracy in 1904, the nuisance he had been became nothing but a problem. So they sent a fleet to destroy him. In and out, 5-minute adventure, no problem. You know, it was a protracted campaign during which he grew increasingly vicious. They just could not stomp him out. And when his emperor died in 1912, he fucking lost it. and went all harakiri on the Aetherites. He was convinced that if he rammed himself and the fleet into Victoria Station, the pure steel of the Japanese spirit and the spirit of the dead emperor would suffuse the ship and destroy the enemies of Japan, splitting them apart like an arrow would an apple. What happened instead is that his fleet was blown to smithereens from afar, because, you know, he'd been actually trying to go to a very fortified position, and then everything around him was exploding, and he said, "Stop! This cannot be." And so it stopped. He decided that, in fact, everything else must explode, logically. Victoria Station survived because it was far enough away, but his ship, the Mutsuhito, has for over 100 years been an explosion. It's literally just a big explosion with Yamate at the center. And everything it touches, everything it bombards, explodes. Things that couldn't even explode, explode. It's like the whole everything is cake trend from a few years ago, except everything is explosions. He would have loved everything on the ship, even the crew, is made of explosion, held together by the unbreakable Japanese spirit. Yamate himself is the only non-explosion thing left, and he is constantly experiencing the agony of being hit full-on by explosions from all over the place, because that's when he stopped all that causality. Genuinely one of the worst hazards in the ether. Luckily, it's completely impossible for the Mutsuhito to approach Earth. It's just too far out of consensus. But the rest of the universe is not so lucky. Before we move on to our next segment, a quick word from me. I am, I guess, the sponsor, and I'm pitching you my novel, Harm's Place, which you can get on Drive-Thru Fiction. It's a
he was just talking about his novel on the last video.
Town on a distant world somewhere in the far future. Sci-fi western, pretty underserved genre if you ask me. People have been buying it, and they've been loving it. And it would mean the world to me if you could get it too. It is also kind of tied to the dollar a little bit, because that's how the website works, so even if you do get it printed in the UK, in a sense it may get cheaper in the future, but also it could get more expensive in the near future. Who knows? It's entirely out of my power and out of anyone's power. I love living in this age. So get Harm's Place today. It's the top link in the description. Alright, now that we've talked about the tragic and terrifying type of evil wizard, let's turn to the actual evil wizards. The wizards that even marauders eviscerate on sight. Let's talk about the Nefandi. The classic trope of an evil wizard in fantasy is someone who turned to the practice of evil magic or made a pact with some sort of demonic entity in the interest of gaining more power and pursuing whatever agenda that they pursue. And then eventually many of them become corrupted because, you know, when you use evil as a means to an end, that evil ends up seeping into you as well. Nefandi chuckle at that sort of thing. It's like a child throwing a tantrum at its teddy bear. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even begin to comprehend the depths of what it means to be evil. And Nefandis is not so much an evil wizard as they are a wizard of evil. Evil is not just the means, it's the end. They are committed to the idea of evil as a metaphysical concept. Does that sound edgy as hell? Well, it is.
Well, the Darkness players always
cartoonish
are
villains
edgy.
originally in early editions of Mage. That was their purpose. But the game has evolved, and so have our ideas of Nefandi. Sure, cartoonish evil is fun and can be entertaining for a while, but it gets pretty boring.
They make
eventually.
Sabat
It's
look like
too
puppies.
far removed from the human experience in the sense that it's empty to like actually pose any meaningful questions or offer interesting decisions or dilemmas. In newer editions, they didn't yassify the Nefandi, thank God, but they did make their portrayal much more nuanced and rooted in a diametrical understanding of philosophy. If anything, this has made them more vile than a cackling warlock ever could be. And for that reason, I warn you now, we are about to talk about some truly horrific shit here, even if it's just in the abstract. And I'm not talking like
everyone,
splatter and
fucked up
gore,
shit warning.
but things you may have seen and experienced in the real world. Patterns of abuse, addiction, destruction. The day-to-day of how Nefandi operate. Every sort of vile thing you can imagine a human being doing, Nefandi have done much worse. And it's never bad enough for them. So if you're sensitive to that sort of thing going forward, always feel free to take a break. Walk away from the video. You have nothing to prove. But really, how could one subscribe to a paradigm of evil? Like, where's the self-delusion that you're actually doing something good? Well, have you looked
if it's a character
at the world
concept,
recently?
it sounds like fun.
At the world ever, at any point? It's bad, fam. We humans, especially in the developed nations, so-called, right, have managed to isolate ourselves from it to a certain extent. But existence is war. It's a horrible, constant battle for survival. Poisonous plants and rabid predators, icy winters and searing summers, droughts that parch your skin and bones, storms that ram the force of lightning right up your ass.
I knew he was going to say that!
Diseases, invalidity, brain-eating amoeba, what the fuck? Why is there such a thing? How come any day you could catch an infection that could literally kill you in a week by making you shit every drop of blood you have out of a hole in your belly? You could get hit by rocks and have your skull split open. If you're lucky, that's the lucky version. Because if not, you might get your leg crushed and die a much slower and more agonizing death instead. Even here, in our alleged utopia of comfort, we're exploited.
You can get one of those fish that swim up your pee hole.
Stick their dicks in overboys and get reassigned somewhere else, while one of the most powerful global organizations silences their victims. We breed animals to be caricatures of themselves that can barely live over generations of forced incest. And then we call them our best friend and pat ourselves on the back for what a good care we take of them. Bosses steal the surplus value of your labor, and you know it. You make more profit for your corporation than they pay you, by like a huge amount. And they will always try to pay you as little as they can get away with. And you just do that.
True.
You slave away your entire life, getting scammed by banks, insurance, the government, and the politicians.
Manual labor is all the Nafandi's fault.
All of this, doing nothing, because, well, you wouldn't want to step out of line, be seen as a bad person. Well, newsflash, buddy, you're already a bad person. Your smartphone is built with slave labor. The shoes you're wearing were probably sewn together by a child. Yeah. And the porn you watch stars impoverished Eastern European women who are being kept in some, like, compound in the Balkans that they can't escape. The truth that you are unwilling to admit to yourself is that you are just weak. Morals are the framework by which you excuse that weakness, dreaming up for yourself some made-up reward as you cry, looking at your betters, having the life you actually want. And they're taking that life from you, right? They're doing it because, well, they choose to. They take what they want and then they have it. And the only reason they taught you to be a good boy and not rock the boat is so they can more easily exploit you. Oh, you're gonna band together, organize, try to build something that'll change anything? Do you think that if that were possible, it would ever have, like, worked? Ever? It's just a way to make you waste your time on, like, pointless pursuits of goody-two-shootness, so you don't actually ever accomplish any of the things that you set out to do.
I'm off to bed now. Good night. Good night, Nyla. Thanks for coming.
Have a good one. Eat the weak. That is just the objective, natural truth. It is evolution, survival of the fittest, the basic law of the universe. Would you not rather be the one who eats? Would you not rather be powerful than weak? Pretty good sales pitch, isn't it? Did you feel despair? Did you feel like maybe I was touching on something? Oh, maybe, I wasn't right all the way. You wouldn't fully agree, but I'm not wrong either, am I? There was a truth in that. I was spitting facts. Congratulations, you've just taken your first step toward your descent into evil. Don't worry, you can come back to it. The truth is, of course, as a beautiful sidebar in an excellent section of White Wolf's Book of the Fallen points out, dogs don't actually eat dogs. Like, it doesn't happen unless they're placed in captivity, tortured, and excruciated to serve as part of a dogfighting ring. And nowhere in evolution in the world is there such a thing as a dogfighting ring. We made that. People made that. Evil people created those circumstances for their own amusement. They are not, however, a law of nature. The worm is not innately corrupt. The weaver trapped it to make it so. But that is the fundamental worldview of the Nefandi, and it's a very appealing narrative, the more powerless and alienated you feel. It's a way out. Which is, of course, why the Nefandi seek to create a world in which as many people as possible feel powerless and alienated. It's very important for them to present themselves as the people who understand the real underlying truth, as opposed to all the unrealistic optimists out there. It's a crucial recruitment tool for them, to point out that there is hypocrisy, and therefore you should be a hypocrite. Sure, sheep who don't know about all this are easier to manipulate, but Nefandi see themselves as high-level predators. Predation stands at the core of their ideology. And to be a true apex predator, you need several layers of lesser predators below you that you can eat. Trophic layers, as we would say in ecology. So you need to convince people to join your pyramid scheme. And look, it's an appealing story, right? The impulse for destruction and for self-destruction lies in all of us. Destruction is easier than creation, and thus feels more powerful to do in any given moment. When we crave a feeling of power, for many it's the go-to thing to do. We annihilate out of spite and hatred, out of desperation. Ultimately, as you fall through the ranks of understanding Nefandism, destruction becomes the goal in and of itself. Not just mindless destruction, right? I mean, sure, some Nefandi do that, but they tend to not last very long. Just as those who wish to build destroy in the interest of building, those who destroy build in the interest of destruction. The US government and its global hegemony are currently being destroyed for the simple reason that the people in power hate the world and want to see it burn. The ultra-wealthy have for years been working to erode social cohesion, even though it would create an objectively worse society. They're fooling their cultists into believing that there is another world in it for them. Because line go up. But line go up actually helps no one. It doesn't even make a material difference to the richest of the rich when line go up. You know VM Varga from the TV show Fargo? He is perhaps the classicist of archetypal Nefandi in modern media. The feeling of absolute power that destruction provides is what gets Nefandi off. It exalts them with an ecstasy that is incomprehensible to those not as vile as them. God created all, so does destruction not make you more powerful than God? That is what the Nefandi believe. And when you have nothing because they have created a world without hope, being a predator, controlling others, feels empowering. Especially when you lack an understanding of true power. Look, I started making this video to get away from the depressing ass subject matter of patriarchy corrupting men by making them feel powerless that I did last month. I don't know why I ended up choosing this topic to do that. I don't know why I chose
it sounds like you're just depressing the fuck out of yourself.
Nefandi believe that the pursuit of evil is power. And you need to pursue power to survive, not just in this world, but in the metaphysical universe, which is, frankly, doomed. It's this horrid flash of stuff. A spear in the side.
I feel like he's taking a very long time to explain this. Okay. This is the most replayed part, apparently.
Well, yeah, because this is essentially if you don't understand the concept of Nefandis, it's very easy to play them wrong. Most people just be like, well, they're evil wizards. They just sacrifice people, right? It's well, yeah, if you want to be black and white, but they do so much more than that. They're so much more evil than just taking life.
Well, do you want to play through the rest of this part, and then we'll stop before the next section, Journey to Death?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right.
Of the tranquil void of oblivion. And like all things, it'll be eaten. The only chance you have is to be among those who eat. And of course, all are eaten eventually, but those who eat the most are the most powerful. And that's something you can be. That's something you can achieve. Nefandi have this reputation as demon worshippers. They enter pacts of service with otherworldly entities and become indentured to what can only be described as demons. So that word fails to encapsulate the truth of what they are. There's all these ideas of black masses and bloody sacrifices and gaudy robes, bowing and scraping to Baphomet or whatever the fuck, giving themselves fully in service to the dark god. And all that stuff, it's propaganda. Nefandi want people to believe this about them, because it's weird and insane, and it obfuscates what's really happening. Nefandi amuse themselves terribly with the knowledge that they have the whole world fooled. I mean, yeah, they do all of those things. They do them, but you know, they're ironic. You know, they're doing them ironically. It's playing a game. You're the one who's falling for it, actually. And they have to do that to keep the demons they serve placated. That's kind of necessary to do for them. But while they do serve those demons, they are fooling the demons also into thinking that they are loyal servants, so they can learn from them and then take their power. And then when they have their power, they'll work their way to devour the next one above that, and then the next one still. Does that sound like anything else in the world of darkness? In many ways, the Society of Vampires operates this way, and in that, the truth lies revealed. The elders rear the young so they can consume them and grow in power themselves. Though, of course, every once in a while, a younger one manages to eat an elder, and every Nefandi is convinced that they're going to be that exception. I have a personal theory that Cappadocius, one of the antediluvian vampires who was a mage in his mortal days, this is pretty much known, was a Nefandus. If not officially, then certainly in spirit. He was, and still is, obsessed with like this whole idea of diablerizing God. Literally like eating God and gaining all his power, which is what all Nefandi seek to do, except in the other direction. And, you know, you might just perceive God as more of a demon than anything else. Of course, vampires are decidedly distinct in that they resist the dark urges of their beast, lest they become nothing but the beast and completely lose themselves. In a sense, no vampire can ever become as bad as a Nefandus. Nefandi embrace this descent, because they don't become mindless eating machines when they do, or so the Nefandi believe. Nefandi do not serve or subjugate themselves, they are darkness incarnate. They believe that all light burns out, so no matter how much the flame of good banishes the darkness, it always goes out eventually. And the Nefandi operate bemusedly in the sharp shadows it creates, biding their time as they grow in power. The entities they call demons, then they have many names, not just in terms like different words for this category of thing, but also as individual entities, originate in so-called clipothic shell universes. These are the remnants of former universes that were snuffed out, either by God or by the inevitable victory of oblivion, and all that remains in them are the most powerful evil forces grasping at our universe. If you want to get away from Christian terminology, you might refer to them as low vibrational entities, as they are literally below us in time. Some would say they are jealous of our existence, which is why they try to enter and control
the old gods.
Nefandi think that our universe is damned to the same eventual fate. And many of them think that this is right, actually. They hold that the real travesty is not corruption, but existence. In the nothing, there was no corruption and pain, because there was nothing to be corrupted or pain. It's only the grating light of beingness that ripped the void into form to torment it. So many of the more self-righteous Nefandi feel almost altruistic in forcing existence to commit suicide, to return to the peaceful state of oblivion. There are probably quite a few Buddhist-inspired paradigms among the Nefandi. Reality is not real anyway, therefore power and liberation lies not in altering it, but in destroying it. In spite of all the pathetic attempts of mages and idealists to help us ascend, it's never going to happen. The world will be destroyed, as has happened countless times before. That's why those clipothic shell universes are there, and then the powerful among them will have had the last laugh, because they too deceived their sheep. To the Nefandi, empathy is sin, and that sin is weakness. It's only a sin before yourself, of course, because it makes you edible, but they will eat you for it. The Dark Lords are the Nefandi of previous universes, and that proves that the Nefandi always win. They always corrupt the universe, because on a cosmic scale that transcends even universes, evil is the only true road to power. A thought no Nefandi really entertains that much is that, I don't know, perhaps those universes are only shells of what they were because that's what left when the rest of that universe sort of achieves ascension. For a group that deceives and is aware of the power of deception, they take an awful lot on faith from these low vibrational entities. Remember a few years ago, the first-time professional reality denialist Alex Jones was on Joe Rogan? You know, back when that show had literally any amount of redeeming qualities when he talked about what the elites believe. His whole spiel about the elites believing in these entities from lower dimensions that are clawing their way up into the human dimension, while the forces of good were trying to help humanity reach the higher dimensions. And this was why the elites perform all these depraved acts and worship Moloch at Bohemian Grove. Yeah, he's describing the role the Nefandi have taken in the Ascension War. He's kind of talking World of Darkness lore. Now, of course, World of Darkness is deeply rooted in philosophy and religion and folklore and culture and all that jazz. So it's not surprising to me that this would look like a conspiracy theory. After all, pretty much every conspiracy theory you've ever heard of is real in the World of Darkness. But I wouldn't exactly be surprised if he lifted some of that bullshit like he peddles straight from like World of Darkness lore.
They made the bombs gay!
I'm just saying. And that, in a sense, is how he's right about Evil Wizard. In the World of Darkness, he would be right about the elites believing this. Fuck, he might be right about the elites believing it in our world. And perhaps also the inevitable victory of the forces of good. I hope he's right about that too. Many people do subscribe to an ideology of evil in the real world, and good will win, because it inevitably does. And I will not elaborate. I'll talk about evil some more. I reckon Alex Jones would still become like a grifting sack of shit who denies the horrible murder of school children for profit. I think he would still do that probably in the World of Darkness. But hey, there was like a brief moment in time in the late 90s where he was more of a liberal than a conservative, if you can believe it. He still buys his coffee from communists. But okay, you've taken the bait. How does one
That's the start of the next.
I can't believe we got into Alex Jones. It was in the title, and I still was like,
It was in the title, yeah. That's cool. He doesn't stay on it that long. But,
I know. It's not a problem. It's not Alex Jones has his own humor. Just bringing him up, I'm like, oh, God. But that was fun. Thank you for joining me. Probably next time we can pick up where we left off on that. I didn't expect. I thought we got further in the technocracy than we had been.
I think maybe we were a little bit further, but we might have rolled back a little bit. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We finished it.
We finished! Yay! It was like 2 hours long, and we made it take like 3 hours.
That's true. It's because we stopped to talk a lot. I mean, not that I'm complaining at all.
All right. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you for joining me, Mags. I enjoy these gabbing about gaming.
Yeah, always. Anytime.
All right. Peace out, everyone. Good night.